not completed the reports to do so. And we'll receive the last reports by Thursday this week, so that we can be able to present them in the House and forward them to the Budget Committee for reconciliation and appropriation. All sectoral committees should present their reports in the House as required before 20th, which 20th is tomorrow. That is in accordance to Rule 1491 of the Rules of Procedure. The report should be considered by this House and referred to the Budget Committee in accordance with the Rule 149, Sub-Rule 2 of the Rules of Procedure. I also wish to remind the committees of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to finalize on the tax and revenue bills, so that this House is able to consider them before we go for a Committee of Supply. So the Committee of Finance must finalize on that, and we have the House consider them. Honorable members, I'll amend the order paper and include the Committee of Presidential Affairs to present their report, since they have other engagements. So the Committee of Presidential will also present their report today. And that brings the end of the communication. We need matters of national importance. Lutamaguzi, Lutaya, Quivera. In the absence of these members, we'll go to the next item.
Item 3, motion seeking leave of Parliament to introduce a private member's bill, the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill.
Is Honorable Roka Yara in?
Item 4, motion that the House resolves itself into a committee of supply for consideration and approval of B, sectoral committee reports on the ministerial policy statements for the financial year 2022-2023. B1, the Committee on Presidential Affairs.
But why do members not keep time? Can we have 4A?
Okay. Item 4A, the revised expenditure estimates for the fiscal year 2021, 2022-2023. Is that so?
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have the honor to present a statement on the budget proposals for the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2022-2023. Right Honorable Speaker, I have prepared this statement to provide a summary of the budget proposals for the revenue and expenditure for financial year 2022-2023 as conveying 1, the budget and growth strategy for financial year 2022-2023, 2, the resource envelope and expenditure allocations for the next financial year. And 3, the list of documents that I laid in Parliament along with financial year 2022-2023 budget in accordance with sections 13(3) to 11, 23, 39(4), 42, 44(5), and 76(1) 1 to 2 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended. Background. Right Honorable Speaker, as required under Article 155(1) of the Constitution and Section 3 of the 13(3) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, I, on behalf of His Excellency the President, presented the proposed annual budget for financial year 2022-2023 in Parliament on Thursday, 31st April 2022. It was informed by the National Budget Framework Paper and Ministerial Policy Statements for financial year 2022-2023 as earlier approved by Parliament. Madam Speaker, the theme of the next financial year's budget is full monetization of the Ugandan economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, and digital transformation and market access. This is derived from the third National Development Plan overall theme of increased household incomes and improved quality of life of Ugandans, and which is in consonance with the NRM manifesto for this term. Main focus of this statement: the budget and economic growth strategy for financial year 2022-2023. Madam Speaker, both the economic growth and budget strategy for financial year 2022-2023 focus on 3 broad objectives, namely, 1, addressing the health and economic challenges presented by COVID-19 for the economy to fully recover back to pre-pandemic levels. 2, maintaining the investments in the fundamentals of security, economic infrastructure, and the provision of reliable and affordable social services for building the resilience of households and the economy to future shocks and ensuring sustained long-term growth. And 3, fostering faster socio-economic transformation, targeting lifting of the 39% of the households stuck in the subsistence economy to the money economy. Honorable colleagues, the fiscal environment in which we prepared the budget for financial year 2022-2023 did not enable us to accommodate all our resource needs. Consequently, we repurposed the budget to finance key priorities of government. That is the parish development model, enhancement of pay for scientists, and operationalization of new administrative units, among others. Colleagues, economic growth in financial year 2022-2023 is projected at 6%. The key economic growth and recovery drivers in the next year's budget are: 1, the parish development model and other government programs, including MYOGA, the Small Business Recovery Fund, financing under UDB, UDC, among others. Therefore, other factors constant, Uganda's total GDP is projected to expand to United States dollars 47.18 billion, an equivalent of 173.96 trillion, which is equivalent to US dollars 137.3 billion in purchasing power parity terms. This translates into the GDP per capita of United States dollars 1,049. The details of the budget priorities and economic growth strategy are provided for in the National Budget Framework paper and respective ministerial policy statements for financial year 2022-2023. The resource envelope and expenditure allocations for financial year 2022-2023. Madam Speaker, the estimated total budget for financial year 2022-2023 amounts to Uganda shillings 47 trillion 250 billion 950 million 438,911, of which Uganda shillings 28 trillion 668 billion 318 million 992,740 is due for appropriation, while Uganda shillings 18 trillion 582 billion 631 million 446,171 is for statutory expenditure charged directly on the consolidated fund. Details of the resource envelope and program allocations for financial year 2022-2023 are provided for in Annexes 1 and 2 of the statement. Right Honorable Speaker, as we deliberate on the budget for next financial year, I kindly beg the Committee of Budget to take into consideration the economic environment in which this budget has been prepared. That is, one, our inability to borrow over 53.9%, which is in itself above the maximum requirement of 53.1% provided for in the Charter for Fiscal Responsibility. However, we expect this to be restored to 47.8% of GDP over the medium term. Number two, our inability to impose new taxes or raise the existing taxes due to the need for the economy to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic impact. Three, increasing commitments of interest payments and the rising statutory obligations. Number four, tight fiscal space resulting from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which delayed implementation of some key projects. Number five, reduced budget support by developing partners.
Honorable Nambeshe, leave the minister finish reading. You have an option to respond.
Number six.
As a leader of opposition.
Madam Speaker.
But you've come when he's even finishing.
Yes,
Let him finish.
Procedurally, Madam Speaker,
I know it is.
this statement should only be submitted.
Okay, first sit. You first sit.
Thank you for your wise guidance, Madam Speaker. Number six, Madam Speaker, is the inadequate funds to finance all our budget needs. Number seven, emerging critical funding needs required to transform the economy and meet more statutory obligations. Number 8, commitment to end the fiscal indiscipline of supplementary budgets beginning next financial year 2022-2023 by limiting them to 3% of the total approved budget as provided for in the law. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to report that the following documents were laid to the House accompanying the estimates for financial year 2022-2023. The budget estimates of revenue and expenditure for next financial year, along with the legal requirements as required under Section 13, 7 to 11, 23, 39, 4, 42, 44, 5, and 76, 1 and 2 of the Public Finance Management Act. The list of the documents are provided for under Annex 3. Madam Speaker, to allay Honorable Nambeshe's concerns, I want to believe that the uploading was in transit, and by now we can confirm whether we have it on the iPad.
No,
Thank you.
It's not about allaying his concern. You cannot smuggle a document at the last minute. You ought to have sent us the document, is uploaded, all members follow when you're reading it.
Can I lay it on the table?
Madam Speaker, therefore, I'm of the view, because it is detailed, this is a very detailed statement, I would therefore seek for indulgence that debate on this statement be deferred to tomorrow. Madam Speaker, I so request.
That's a very important document which guides us through the budgeting process. And when we talk about our key priorities as the parish development model, this House has asked for the guidelines of the parish development model. They've never been brought. It has also asked for a policy. It has never been brought. I hope tomorrow when we are discussing the document, we'll also have those documents laid on table.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are working around the clock to provide all the necessary tools and information Parliament and the country requires in order to appreciate and support and back our initiative of implementing the parish development model. I wish to report to you, Madam Speaker, that we have been invited to appear tomorrow at 9 o'clock to the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to present our status report in as far as the preparedness for the implementation of parish development model is concerned. And I want to believe that the output of our engagement with the committee will eventually come to the House for debate.
Honorable Minister, presenting the status report is not the policy. The policy is a guideline that helps you in operation. And then we need the guidelines. We don't have.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the policy and the guidelines are ready, and I want to pledge we shall present them here. First item, if you accord us the time, and we lay them on table. Thank you.
Thank you. Tomorrow they should present the guidelines and the policy for the parish development model. And remember, most of our money is going to the parish development model. So we need to know how it is going to operate. Shadow, do you have anything to say?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Before I say anything, Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to use this opportunity with your indulgence. The last time I was here, I made a statement that and that didn't go down well with the Honorable Bahati, the former Minister of State for Economic Planning. In the statement, I indicated to the effect that the current lot are far much better than him. Afterwards, he approached me. He said it was a very unfortunate statement. He was fairly hurt. And I promised him to correct the hazard. And I'm here to say that was not, it was an easy joke. If you are hurt, I apologize. I didn't intend to hurt you in any way. You are equally very effective Minister of Finance in this country, and together we did a lot of good things. So I beg you to tender in my apology. Right Honorable Speaker, I hope you take that at heart through your office. Right Honorable Speaker, there are other things that the Minister needs to meet up before we meet tomorrow, because they concern with the dictates of the law. There are inconsistencies, and they are quite like 4, which he needs to address. One, the laid budget framework paper estimates are inconsistent with the approved charter for fiscal responsibility and the budget framework paper. And that violates Section 13B of the Public Finance Management Act. The law requires him, wherever there is a deviation, to come to Parliament with a motion for approval of a deviation. It's a simple job he has to do, to explain. You have just passed the Charter for Fiscal Responsibility. He knows they have deviated from it to the extent of the debt to GDP ratio. And you need to come tomorrow to be consistent with what the law demands. Regarding the Charter, inconsistencies have been observed on the following, because I want you, when you come here, to be very, very systematic. 1, domestic interest payments of 4.69 trillion translates to 15% of the total revenue, excluding grants, exceeding the target of 14.6%. Contingent liabilities of 160 trillion translate to 99% of GDP, far exceeding the target of maintaining them below 5%. That's, Honorable Speaker, that's a big issue of contingent liabilities. Government is approving all manners of borrowings by individuals. They have now mounted to 160 trillion. They need to come here and make sure they explain why now they are 99% of our GDP instead of a targeted 5%. That's why we have issues like Rubo and others, but the Prime Minister was emotional on that issue. C, government has failed to repay back. This is the big issue. Government has failed to repay back to Bank of Uganda advances mounting to 3.3 trillion, violating Section 56, subsection 5A and B of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Section 33 of the Bank of Uganda's Act. For the uninitiated, government occasionally, I don't want to explain, the Minister knows the detail. Growth in revenue to GDP ratio is projected to be 4.8% against the annual target of 0.5. And the Minister needs to come and explain, because the inconsistencies with approved budget framework paper have been noted on the following. 1, the resource envelope for the laid budget of 47.25 trillion is inconsistent with that we approved of 43 trillion. The budget framework paper was approved with amendments, but majority are not traceable in the laid estimates. For instance, government committed to clear tax areas by reducing them from each of the ministry, departments and agencies. In the coming financial year 2022, government has earmarked a mere 396.13 billion. However, that was not undertaken. The inconsistency in the annual budget framework paper, Right Honorable Speaker, the minister here laid a certificate of which he called the Certificate of Liability and Completeness of Figures. As he presented today, he has violated that section because he laid here that the figures he laid on table included a certificate of reliability and consistency. I've observed that even the sector committees, some of the budgets they are recommending and in the bill laid before Parliament, they are inconsistent. To that extent, I would beg tomorrow, if the minister is not ready, when he comes and appears here, he cleans up his act. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Tomorrow we'll have
Madam Speaker, I take note of the concerns raised by the Shadow Minister, and I will bring a response in writing.
Okay, can we have those inconsistencies corrected in accordance to the Constitution and the Public Finance Management Act? If you can even reconcile before you come to the House, then we just report to the House. Yes, Government?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Shadow Minister for the spirit in which he started his submission of apologizing to Honorable Bahati. I'm here to applaud that spirit, and I want to say thank you. And also say, please, let's carry that spirit in this house. We come in this house to serve the country, but we also remain as individuals, as heads of families, as people who are friends. And whatever we do here goes on record. And our actions affect many, affect the communities, but affect you, the individual, and the family. So I'm here to say thank you. Let's carry on that spirit. Thank you.
Haji, thank you so much. This is a time of fasting and forgiveness. We thank you for that. Yes, Eki?
Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity, first of all, to congratulate you. Since you are ascended to that office, have not had time to be on record. Knowing your background and where you came from and your history, the country is very proud that you have ascended to the second position on the land. For us, where we come from in Najana Kumbi, we are very, very proud and very happy. I wish this was a structured arrangement, Madam Speaker.
I am making a correction. The second position is the Vice President.
Pardon?
The second position is the Vice President of this country.
No, Madam Speaker, I know you are the third, but institutionally, in reality, because we have the executive and then we have judiciary. So within the executive, of course, we have the president and vice president in protocol, but institutionally, this is the second institution. But nonetheless, I respect protocol. Madam Speaker, why I basically stood, we have a record in Parliament, and we had agreed in the last sitting, which was chaired by the then Speaker, that the parish model requires a legislation because it will have a very wide parameter in terms of audit queries, how we are going to audit the parish model, and other institutions that is going to work. And the directive was given to the Prime Minister to ensure that before implementation, the directive was given by the Speaker then, we have a bill here and we legislate the detail and how the parish model will be implemented. So I would like to know from the Prime Minister, when are we going to have the bill? Because I heard her just talking about the policy. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
You know, how do you have a bill on a parish development model? Did you have a bill on a Mioga? Did you have a bill on all the other projects? We have policies, not the bill. Policy and guidelines, Honorable Eki. That is what we expect tomorrow. Okay. And it is in that policy that will help us on how we operationalize the fund.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the wise guidance. I was coming to inform them that we don't have a bill, but it's good that you have already responded. Thank you so much. It is just a policy.
Yes, okay.
Madam Speaker, like all of us recall NADS, we had the NADS Act. If we don't have a bill on implementation, we are going to face a challenge during the course of implementation. Because, you know, we are creating an institution at the lowest unit. Just look at the capacity of the Auditor General. Look at the capacity of other government institutions, police, and all these organs, judiciary, that will be able to supervise this institution and this program called the parish model. How are we going to have the relationship and coherence?
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you and members. And I want to thank Honorable Kanya, who has raised this Ike. Right Honorable Speaker, the parish development model, like I've said before, we shall present the policy and the guidelines tomorrow. But the parish development model is not creating anything new. It is saying instead of having planning and implementation at the district level, sub-county level, we are now moving at the lower level, which is the parish level, and the parish is an administrative unit in the structures of this country. These are elected leaders, and that's why we hold elections, both at the village and the parish level. So we are not creating anything new. We are only saying let's go at a lower level to be sure that we can account for every household. Thank you.
And this is under the local government administrative units. This is what is happening. And it is just a financial intervention that the government is trying to reach people at the lower ground, at the parish level, no longer at a higher level. That's what the intervention is meant to do. Honorable Hajara. Patrick, if it is on the same, we will discuss tomorrow when they bring the policies.
Item 3, motion seeking leave of Parliament to introduce a private member's bill, the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill.
Honorable Hajara.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I move under Article 94 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Rule 122 of the Rules of our Procedure of Parliament. Whereas in Article 79 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda empowers Parliament to make laws on any matter of peace, order, development, and good governance of Uganda. And whereas Article 94 of the Constitution and Rule 122 of the Rules of our Procedure of Parliament grant a member of Parliament the right to move a private member's bill. Right Honorable Speaker, aware that the Parliamentary Pensions Act 2007 establishes a retirement benefit scheme for members of Parliament and the staff of Parliamentary Commission, and establishes Parliamentary Pensions Fund for the payment of retirement benefits to its members. Noting, however, that the Act does not take into consideration of new developments in the retirement benefit industry, and implementation of some of the provisions of the Act has posed challenges to the operations of the scheme, as well as hampering the effective operations of the schemes. For example, Madam Speaker, the process of obtaining A recommendation from the Uganda Medical Board is quite lengthy and cumbersome, thereby delaying access to funds for medical treatment and retirement on medical grounds. B, the Act does not provide for voluntary contribution for additional benefits, for example, health care. C, the rate of contribution made by members needs to be reviewed. D, the distribution of survivors' benefits as recognized by the law on succession in most cases conflicts with the members' nomination, especially in cases where a nominee neither a spouse or a dependent. E, the Act penalizes early retirement through forfeit of the government contribution assigned to member. F, the position of clerk on the board creates a fusion of the governing body with management of the scheme, which poses governance conflicts and has attracted audit queries. G, the Act does not expressly provide for the administration of the scheme. H, the scheme faces challenges dealing with the benefits of untraceable members. I, pensioners are increasingly facing difficulties accessing affordable and adequate health care. The Act has no mechanism to address this challenge, Madam Speaker. J, the Act does not give member who does not qualify for pension the option of receiving a pension in place of instead of lump sum payment. Right Honorable Speaker, convinced that amendment of Parliamentary Pensions Act 2007 is a requisite to promote good governance and efficiency in operations of the scheme. Now, therefore, be resolved that this House grants me leave to introduce a private member's bill for the Act entitled the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill, a draft of which here is attached and due order for publication of the said bill in preparation for the first reading. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded? Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Akole, Kanya, Mujiche, Musila, Prosi, Helen, Ogwan, Ligo, by the whole House. Honorable Rokajara, would you love to speak to your motion?
Right Honorable Speaker, I have already mentioned the challenges that are facing the Act, so I just beg this House to allow me to take leave and for publication of the bill. Right Honorable Speaker.
Can I have 2 seconds as a call? A call? Prosi, are you a call? I said a call Anthony, then Prosi.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me also take this opportunity to congratulate you. I did not get the time to congratulate you when you were elected. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion, the amendment of the Parliamentary Pension Act. Right Honorable Speaker, there has been a lot of oversight at the process when this Pension Act was processed, and I would like to thank the mover of the motion for pointing where there are a lot of challenges and loopholes that we need to work on now. Honorable Speaker, at a time when we lost the late Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, that is when we realized there were many loopholes. You will recall, even in the Constitution, where we were talking about the elections. So at the same time, that is a time when we realized that the Pension Act is not fair to members, it's not fair to speakers, it's not fair even to the deputy speakers. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and I wish members to support this amendment because it touches on the life of yourself, the life of your family. We serve this nation, and at one point when you're leaving this nation, many members of this house are suffering and relinquishing in poverty. You meet members and you don't believe they were serving this house. And I know that this amendment will go a long way to improve on the Pension Act, and that is why I second the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Prosi. Honorable Minister, you want to talk? After Prosi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Members, I rise to support the motion for leave to be granted to Honorable Rakajara to introduce in Parliament a bill entitled the Pension Amendment Bill. Honorable Members, the bill that the Honorable Rakajara has presented or is going to present. Madam Speaker, I beg protection from Panad. The bill seeks to cure some of the major challenges faced by members in the administration and operation of the scheme. Right Honorable Speaker, you allow me just mention a few, and one of the major challenges faced by members is the utilization of the scheme credit by a member to obtain medical treatment abroad. Currently, Section 7B of the Act allows a member to, on the recommendation of the medical bill, utilize the benefits in the scheme to pay for the medical treatment for a member or a pensioner. Honorable members, you are all aware of the challenges and tedious processes that we go through, thereby delaying the provision of medical care to a member who intends to utilize his or her benefits in the scheme to obtain urgent medical care. The bill now proposes to make the process simple for the member to acquire all the medical treatment as recommended by the medical practitioner approved by the bill. The other problem faced by the members, Right Honorable, the application of the law of succession on the distribution of the benefits of the member in the scheme, like the Honorable Rakajara has stated here. Whereas, at the time of becoming a member of the scheme, a member elects the manner of sharing his or her scheme benefits and also appoints the members. The member wishes to share the benefits in the scheme, and allow me at this point, Right Honorable, to request all the members, maybe who have not filled the form, to please take it upon yourselves to do that, because we don't know God's timing. The law of succession have been used to defeat the member's choice, and instead the benefits of a member in the scheme are distributed in accordance with the law of succession. This not only unreasonably fetters the description of the member to distribute his or her benefits in the scheme as he or she wishes, but may be open for challenge for infringing the protection granted to a member, to a person, over his or her property under the Article 26 of the Constitution. The bill now proposes to exempt the application of the laws of succession on the members' benefits under the scheme so that the members' wishes and aspirations as to how the benefits shall be shared in the event of his or her death is protected from any interferences. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I beg to move.
Thank you. Members, we are not debating on this. The member is only seeking for leave. We've not yet given a member leave. Yes, procedure matter, then I will hear from the Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think the request for the private members bill is very clear. I think this is a request, although it's private members bill, but the thing is via the Commission or Parliament, because it's the Commission that takes care of the pension for the members of Parliament and staff. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I believe there is nobody in this House that would speak against the request. This is just a request. So I beg to seek guidance whether it's necessary for us to debate a matter which is obvious. Probably we should give permission so that when it comes to second reading, then we can bring our objection. But for now, I think there's not much that we can add, apart from giving the leave so that the member can go and get us details which we can discuss in the second reading. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my position is just to request whether it's necessary for us to discuss the substance of the request even before the permission is granted. Thank you.
Honorable Cecilia, that is exactly what we're doing. A motion was moved and a motion has to be seconded. And that's what the seconders were trying to do. And you're saying that you don't think anybody will say no. That is debating in anticipation. So is going to say no. Anyway, can I hear from the Minister?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Before I make a comment on this motion, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to congratulate you upon your ascension to that very high post of Speaker. Congratulations indeed. And let me also use this opportunity to congratulate the Deputy Speaker, who may not be in this House, but for the record purposes. Right Honorable Speaker, accept my sympathies at the loss of our dear colleague, the former Speaker, the Right Honorable Jacob Oranya, but also to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the high mark of leadership you exhibited as you are handling this tragic moment in our history. Thank you very much. Regarding the private members bill, in principle, really, I agree with it. There are a lot of contradictions which need to be ironed out. The Ministry of Public Service has also noted them and has been of the intention to come to the House to make sure that a bill of a similar nature is moved. However, the private members has taken the initiative. I beg that we really sit down together with the member. We harmonize all these contradictions. We even look at the other bills regarding, let's say, the emoluments and entitlements of speakers and former speakers and their deputies and their spouses, which at the moment really are in contradiction, so that we come up with a bill which is harmonized and it's up to date and takes into account really the wishes and aspirations of all the members of Parliament, the speakers, and everybody that has served in this august House. I beg.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I now put a question that Honorable Rokajara be given leave to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Parliamentary Pension Amendment Bill 2022 by this House. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. Aye. The ayes have it. So you work with the clerk to ensure the bill is drafted and they help you in the whole process. Thank you so much. Next item.
Item 4B, presentation of reports of sectoral committees on the ministerial policy statement and budget estimates. Committee on Presidential Affairs.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, for this opportunity to present our report. Right Honourable Speaker, as a committee, we also congratulate you and our brother for the enthronement. Allow us first to lay a copy of our report and the minutes attached to it. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, we have uploaded our report on iPad. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, Article 154 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995 as amended, Section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, as well as Rules 148 and 189 of our Rules of Procedure of Parliament provides for the mandate of sectoral committees. In particular, the functions of the Committee on Presidential Affairs include the following: examine and comment on policy matters affecting ministries, departments, and agencies under their jurisdictions, and critically examine government's recurrent and development budget estimates and make recommendations for general debate in the House. In line with this mandate, the Committee on Presidential Affairs presents for your consideration an adoption of the report in respect of the ministerial policy statements for financial year 2020-22. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I request that we leave out the methodology for members to go through. We request that we go to page 2. The ministries, departments, and agencies under the Committee on Presidential Affairs are domiciled in different programs ranging governance and security, human capital development, community mobilization and mindset change, regional development, development plan implementation and innovations, technological development, and transfer, among others. The report has 3 parts. Part 1 covers the presidency, whilst Part 2 relates to the Kampala Capital City Authority, and Part 3 covers Office of the Prime Minister. Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Chair for Presidential Affairs. Much as he said, the report has been loaded. The report is nowhere to be seen, Right Honourable Speaker, and we are very eager to follow our presentation, but the report is not there.
You know, Amuru is not near. Honorable Lanya comes from all the way from Amuru. You give the other people to help you check, because the problem may be on you don't know how to check. Because I've seen it, it is uploaded, it is here. Can you continue? Honorable Babiko, give us executive summary.
Okay.
And one thing that we need to appreciate is under Presidents, we have President's Office, Office of the Prime Minister, we have State House, and then the statutory organs. So give us the executive summary.
Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Under Office of the Presidency, Vote 001, Office of the President, we have the following observations. On page 4, budgetary provisions to the Ministry of Security. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we have observed a high funding gap, which is a big concern to the committee in relation to the looming threats in terms of hacking our financial systems, cyberspace, and oil and gas, among others. We are proposing for an additional funding of 10 billion to support that area. Page 5, facilitation for resident district commissioners. Right Honorable Speaker, the head of state has appointed resident district commissioners. Paying their salaries without enabling them to do their work will not help this country. So for facilitation, we are requesting for additional funding of 7.5 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, for recruitment of administrative assistants, we are recommending for an additional appropriation of 4.5 billion. Provision of adequate office accommodation. Right Honorable Speaker, the number of RDCs has gone to 146, and only 17 are being housed in local governments, leaving many without offices, and government is spending a lot of money to rent. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, we are proposing that annually we should be constructing 10 blocks, and therefore we are requesting for additional funding of 6.3 billion. Facilitation to the Secretariat. Right Honorable Speaker, oftentimes many issues have been raised about the performances of RDCs, and therefore we are requesting for facilitation of the Secretariat to keep managing issues that the office may receive to handle administratively. And in relation to that, we are proposing for additional funding of 1.5 billion. Facilitation to presidential advisors. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, 139 presidential advisors have been appointed, and they have a funding gap of 5.1. We are recommending for the provision of 5.1 billion to enhance the facilitation of presidential advisors. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Apex platform is monitoring economic unit that is housed in OP, and they have a funding gap of 29.415, and we are requesting for appropriation to meet this gap. Monitoring and mainstreaming of manifesto commitments. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we have a funding gap of 1.85 billion, and we are requesting for enhancement of this money to facilitate them. Construction of the Afro-Arab Youth Council headquarters. The head of state has committed the country to ensure that Uganda has a headquarters located in Wakisho, and the funding gap for purchase of land is 15 billion. Therefore, we are requesting for that provision. Implementation of the intelligent transport monitoring system. As we are faced with a lot of insecurity challenges, Office of the Prime Minister will wish to monitor this exercise closely, and we have a funding gap of 1.5 billion. That is what we are requesting for. Under State House, that is Vote 002. Under observations and recommendations, that is on page 10. Presidential donations, year in, year out, and daily. The Office of the President is receiving many requests and many pledges are being made. We have a funding gap of 30 billion. That is what our committee is advocating for. Poverty Alleviation Initiative, President's Office under State House has initiated a learning unit in relation to poverty alleviation, and they have a gap of 14.2 billion. We are requesting for that support. Retooling State House, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, they have a funding gap of 27.02. We are requesting for that funding gap. Science, Technology and Innovation, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, we can go to page 14. Under STI, we are recommending for an additional 12.50, not additional, but for retention of 12.50 for Chira Motors because they got their monies up front. And from this, Right Honourable Speaker, our savings, we are going to recommend them for other activities under STI because they got money up front through supplementary. Right Honourable Speaker, we are advocating that Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. There is a need for us to have one-stop state-of-art of scientific laboratory, and we are recommending 19.7 billion from the savings of Chira Motors to be reallocated to that. Apart from that, we are requesting for 38 billion from the savings to be reallocated to Innovation Fund. We know that we have many innovators across the country and they need to be supported. Under shea butter and sweet potato innovation, we are proposing we should retain them at 2 billion, which was provided for in the running financial year. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, support to research and development projects, we are requesting for under NSTE, that is now on page 20, we are requesting for 19.305 billion to be provided to project to enable construction of the garment hub and procurement of the requisite equipment to facilitate the nurturing of scientists, innovators in the country. Under technical services, under leather innovation and design hub, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, we are recommending for 14.75 billion to be additional provided to support leather innovation and design hub. Technical Services Center, we are recommending for 8.41 billion to be provided to them. Then management of mulberry and construction of rearing houses for sericulture project. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, we are recommending for 11.408 billion to be provided for sericulture project to facilitate the commercialization works that has already started at early stages. Acquisition of land for factory establishment and production of raw materials. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, we are requesting for additional 99.862 billion. Clearance of payments for procured machines. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, we are recommending for 8.3 billion to be provided for sericulture to facilitate complete procurement of machines. Building technical and infrastructural capacity for silkworm egg production and supply in Uganda. Right Honourable Speaker, we are recommending for 1.735 billion to support egg production for silk production in our country. Page 24, Ministry of KCCA and Metropolitan Affairs. The summary is on page 25. Observations and recommendations, policy planning and budgetary services. Right Honourable Speaker, we are recommending under enhancement of staff capacity for high quality performance, we are recommending for 6.78 billion to be provided to KCCA and Metropolitan Affairs towards enhancement of staff capacity to conduct high quality and impact-driven performance. Strengthening of expenditure tracking, inspection and accountability on green growth. Right Honourable Speaker, that we are recommending, that is a policy matter that we are recommending for the budgetary purposes. We are requesting for 35.7 billion for conducting critical feasibility studies within Greater Kampala metropolitan area. Slum upgrading, detailed studies in Greater Kampala and metropolitan areas, we are recommending for 11.6 billion be allocated towards undertaking critical feasibility studies on slum upgrading in the coming financial year. Under integrated transport and infrastructure services, Right Honourable Speaker, we are recommending for 32.8 billion to be provided as counter funding to enhance this objective. Retooling of Kampala Capital City and Metropolitan Affairs, Right Honourable Speaker, and colleagues, under that we are recommending for enhancement of 1.2 billion to be provided to Ministry of Kampala and Metropolitan Affairs. Uganda AIDS Commission, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, we are recommending for additional funding of 4.5 billion, aware that there is increase in the rate of infection in the country as one of the big impacts of COVID-19. Uganda Industrial Research Institute, Right Honourable Speaker, on page 32, we have specific summaries. Right Honourable Speaker, what we have recommended is a policy matter, ethics and integrity, on page 34. Our observations and recommendations are on page 35. Coordinating of interagency forum activities, Right Honourable Speaker, to enable this activity, we are proposing for 1.15 billion. Dissemination of anti-corruption laws, Right Honourable Speaker, we are recommending for 2.85 billion. Internal security organization, Right Honourable Speaker, our summaries are on page 37, page 38, lack of transport equipment at Isho. Right Honourable Speaker, we are recommending for 55 billion as part of development budget to enhance the operations through availing them relevant equipments. Recruitment and training, Right Honourable Speaker, more districts have been created, and therefore we are requesting for more deployment, and they have a funding gap of 5.04. We are requesting for provision of that money. Facilitation to internal intelligence collection by ISO, Right Honourable Speaker, they have a funding gap of 48.5. We are requesting for the provision of that money. Inadequate technical equipment for ISO, Right Honourable Speaker, we are requesting for 47.3. Security is a key and pivotal matter that we should all get concerned about and ensure that our country is safe. External security organization, Right Honourable Speaker, that begins from page 40. Our summaries begin from page 41. Foreign intelligence collection, we are having a funding gap of 23.32 billion. We are providing for that enhancement. We are requesting for it. Retooling of external security organization, Right Honourable Speaker, we have a gap of 29.047 billion. we are requesting for that enhancement. Budgetary enhancement to administration and finance, we have a gap of 16.671 billion. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are requesting for appropriation, additional appropriation for that line activity. Construction of ESO headquarters, right, Honorable Speaker, we are requesting for 12.30 billion to ensure that we have a safe, convenient structure to house our sensitive sectors in, especially ESO. Kampala Capital City Authority, our summary begins from page 44. Shortfall in MTF allocation for KCCA political leaders remuneration. Right, Honorable Speaker, the membership of the leaders has increased and they have a funding gap of 17.1, but also the KCCA Act provided for having the speakers and deputy speakers. So we are having a funding gap of 17.1. That is what we are requesting for, additional to be provided to KCCA. Implementation of the Presidential Directive on City Markets, we have a funding gap of 50 billion. That is what we are requesting for under this item. Maintenance of drainage infrastructure in the city, we have a funding gap of 134, and we all know that when it rains, our city floods, and we experience a lot of inconveniences. We have this budget gap of 134 billion. Solid waste management, right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we are requesting for 60 billion to be provided to enable them manage the waste through procurement of more tractors, more trucks, and work on the old site of Dundu, but also on the new side of Kitezi. So we need minimum more 10 trucks. Road infrastructure development and maintenance, right, Honorable Speaker, we are requesting for additional 30 billion. We all know how our seat is connected. Our seat is not befitting because we have a lot of roads which are not worked on. Street children in Kampala, we have provided a policy proposal, right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Office of the Prime Minister.
The statement on our iPad stops at page 43, but the chairperson is continuing.
You finish.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and
Can
colleagues.
you summarize?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Office
Honorable
of the...
members, this report is being laid on table. We are going to capture it. It is going to the Budget Committee. And it will come to this House for a debate. All we want now is for them to lay on table the report, bring the challenges, bring their suggestions, then it will go for harmonization in the Budget Committee. And then it is in the Budget Committee that is when it will come to the Committee of the whole House for supply. So actually you've spent a lot of our time. Every chairman must take 20 minutes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Under Office of the Prime Minister, under budget enhancement for strengthening government-wide coordination, monitoring and evaluation, we have a budget gap of 15 billion, and that is what we are requesting for additional appropriation. Strengthening capacity of Office of the Prime Minister, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we are requesting for additional 10 billion. Commitment to affirmative action programs, Right Honorable Speaker, we request that the various programs and affirmative action programs be enhanced, and the gap is at 32 billion. Resettlement of the landslide persons in Bugisu sub-region, Right Honorable Speaker, for procurement of more land, we need 7.5 billion additional funding, and that is what we are requesting for. Strengthening existing community-level disaster risk management capacities. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we are requesting for additional 12.553 billion. Strengthening of refugees response. Right Honorable Speaker, we are requesting for 4.7 billion. Insecurity concerns in Karamoja sub-region. Right Honorable Speaker, we have provided policy proposals. Street children in Karamoja and in Kampala, we have provided a policy proposal. Fast-tracking the realization of government commitment towards sustainable development goals, we are requesting for additional 1 billion. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, that is the summary, and I want to thank you and colleagues for giving us this opportunity to give our summaries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Babiko. Clerk to Parliament, you need to ensure that the report is captured in totality, because what has been read is basically the executive summary, so you need to capture the whole report. Yes?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm seeking clarification. I know that the Ministry of Science and Technology was dissolved, but I want to know how the activities that used to be carried by the ministry is being handled. Because I think our hope now is how we can make the best of technology and the innovation. So I'm interested to know how that sector is doing under the presidency which you have just presented. Thank you.
Honorable, this is for the minister. Okay. What I know, technology was given a vote under the office of the presidency. Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much, and thank you, honorable colleagues. It is true, like you have correctly guided. First, it's not true that Science and Technology was dissolved. It was transferred to Office of the President. And within Office of the President is now under State House. So all the budget for Science, Technology, and Innovations are under State House. I thank you so much.
Guidance, Madam Speaker. Guidance.
Right, Honorable Speaker, it is. I'm surprised that the minister is saying that the ministry is still alive. Where is it? Because officially on our record, the ministry was dissolved and the activities were the ones transferred to the presidency. And the parliament was concerned about the staff working in that ministry. Now today you are telling parliament that the ministry actually got resurrected. Are you taking advantage of the Lent period to resurrect a ministry? Is the minister in order, Right Honorable Speaker, to resurrect a ministry which was dissolved in this parliament?
Honorable Cecilia, we resolved as a house that this ministry be transferred to the office of the president as a vote, not State House.
Guidance.
That's what we resolved.
Guidance. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to be guided, because in this parliament you have a committee of presidential and foreign affairs. We also had a committee of ICT. I would like to be guided if the relevant committee in charge of IT did its work, Science and Technology did its work. Thank you.
Honorable members, this is one of the issues we referred to Committee of Rules and Privileges. And we were supposed to receive a report from Rules last week, and you suspended the debate and you said we should debate after 2 weeks. That will come, but there is a vote that was given to this ministry.
For the record, like you've correctly guided, as of this financial year, Science, Technology and Innovation is under Office of the President. But with the effect of next financial year, Science, Technology and Innovation is going to be under vote 002, which is State House. So for that matter, I want to beg honorable members that the appropriation we are going to have will be entirely Science, Technology and Innovation will be under State House. I thank you so much.
Honorable members, you've heard. Chair, do you have what to say? Prime Minister, you have something to say? Members, you've heard the challenges that the presidency has, and that is under KCCA, State House, Innovation, Security, and they will come, the budget will come. Now that you know the challenges, so we shall look at the figures that will be put in the budget when it comes for supply. Honorable Chair and the committee, I want to thank you so much for the good work and meeting the deadline. As usual, you're very efficient. I now put a question that the report of the Committee of Presidential Affairs be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Tourism.
Item 4B2, Tourism, Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Right Honorable
Honorable members, before tourism comes in, the biometric fingerprint login. The biometric fingerprint login, that one at the doors. We'll start working tomorrow. We want to mount attendance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As a trade committee, we join you to congratulate you upon your victory. The report of the Committee on Tourism, Trade, Industry on the Ministerial Policy Statements and Budget Estimates for the year 2022-2023. For the interest of time, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I will refer to the pages, but try to summarize, because our committee has 2 programs, therefore it may be lengthy for me to present everything. The introduction, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, in accordance with Article 155(4) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 12, 1 of the Public Finance Management Act, 2015, Rule 148(1) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry scrutinized the ministerial policy statements and budget estimates for the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities and the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives for the financial year 2022-2023, and I beg to report. The scope is on page 4. The Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities has entities with vote status as follows. Vote 022, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. Vote 117, Uganda Tourism Board. Entities without vote status, Uganda Wildlife Authority, Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center, Uganda Hotel and Tourism Training Institute in Jinja, Uganda Wildlife Research and Training Institute Kasese. Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives has entities with votes as follows. Vote 015, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Vote 154, Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Vote 306, Uganda Export Promotion Board. It also has entities without a vote status. Uganda Development Corporation, Uganda Warehouse Receipt Systems Authority, Management Training and Advisory Center. The highlights and order of the report are as follows. Sectoral mandates, budget performance for the first half of the financial year 2021-2022, physical performance for the first half of the financial year 2021-2022, selected planned activities for the financial year 2022-2023, budget for the planned activities financial year 2022-2023, challenges encountered during the financial year 2021-2022, committee observations and recommendations. Honorable members, allow me to take you straight to page 7, the Tourism Development Program. The Tourism Development Program comprises of the following votes and affiliated institutions. I've already read to you all these: the Ministry of Trade, UTB, UA, Uganda Wildlife Conservation Center, Uganda Wildlife Research and Training Institute, Uganda Hotel Management and Training. On page 8, honorable members, at the bottom, the Tourism Development Program budget allocation. Change in approved and proposed budget sector for financial year 2022-2023. According to table 3 on page 9, the Tourism Development Program budget is proposed to reduce by 4.31 billion from the approved 188.09 to 192.40 billion. Although government allocated additional 30 billion to revive the tourism sector, the total budget is still low and below the NDP3 recommended funding levels of shillings 562.3 billion. Source of funds identified for reallocation. The committee identified 19.6 billion within the tourism development program and reallocated it with the program key priority areas. The table is below on page 9. Ministry of Wildlife and Tourism and Antiquities, excess provision for wage, 2 billion. We have also reduced the government subvention allocated during the COVID-19 lockdown when UA could hardly collect any revenue, and we have deducted 12 billion. Uganda Tourism Board, internal allocation from non-wage recurrent, we have deducted 2.6. So in total is 19.607 billion, which we believe we have identified for reallocation. On page 13, there is a table there. The total budget for the Ministry of Tourism and its subvention is proposed at 166.119 billion compared to the approved budget. There is a net increment of 4.861 billion resulting from additional 30 billion shared amongst the sector agencies. Non-wage and wage are expected to increase by 0.22 billion and shillings 10.76 billion respectively. The sector agencies are also expected to benefit from a number of external funding sources, and these include a competitiveness and enterprise development project, additional financing. Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities and its subventions will continue to benefit from the 2-year World Bank CEDEP AF project under Component 2, Tourism Product and Competitive Development, worth $43.1 million. CEDEP project is a 2-year project aimed at implementation of the tourism development interventions for the financial year 2022-2023. And the breakdown of the $43.1 million is on page 14. Honorable members, page 15, off-budget funding for UA. Face the Future, 1.1 billion, World Bank, 42.140. In the financial year 2022-2023, UA plans to collect revenue worth 68 billion, and government subvention will be shillings 50.6 billion. A total budget including off-budget support will be shillings 162 billion, and it will be available to the Uganda Wildlife Authority. Key planned activities, honorable members, in the financial year 2022-2023, Ministry of Tourism, Mugaba Palace, Mbara Amphitheatre and 4 sculptures to be constructed, tourism facilities established at the Elena camp. Honorable members, these are lengthy, but you can read all of them. I'll go straight to the challenges. On page, observations on page 18. Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. The delayed operationalization of the Wildlife Compensation Scheme. The Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities is directly responsible to oversee and ensure that the compensation scheme is in place. However, there has been some delay and this scheme is not yet in place. The committee therefore recommends the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities should expedite the process of formulating policies and regulations to guide and operationalize the Wildlife Compensation Scheme. Page 19, honorable members, Uganda Wildlife Authority. The committee observed that there are rampant and uncontrolled bush burning reported in the national parks and protected areas. These incidences, coupled with lack of emergency plans to put off the fire, have proved harmful, disastrous and destructive to the wildlife ecology and private investments in the protected areas. The committee recommends that UWA should immediately put in place fire emergency response units to counter fire outbreaks. UWA should train its rangers and come up with a well-equipped professional team so that the moderate force is used when need arises and the professional use of weapons is embraced, not forgetting the respect for the principle of natural justice being put into consideration. Uganda Hotel and Tourism Training Institute, lack of a hostel for the institute. The committee was informed that UHTTI spends 450 million per annum on hostel accommodation for its students. The committee recommends that government should provide 6 billion for the construction of a hostel at UHTTI for the financial year 2022-2023. UWA, Uganda Wildlife Education Center, UWEC, The establishment of Regional Satellite Wildlife Conservation Center, construction of a pier and a wall fence. The committee was informed by UWEC that the institution is soon getting a modern 50-seater boat through SEDIP project to boost the Lake Victoria tourism circuit. The boat will have the boat will have nowhere to dock since the current pier was washed away by the floods. The committee was also informed that UWEC has secured 60 acres of NFA land at each regional site, each regional city of Mbale, Gulu, and Mbarara and Fort. UWEC is therefore planning to establish these are regional zoos. They plan to establish in all the regional cities. In Mbale, it will be the first in this first phase of this financial year. Other centers will be established subsequently. Furthermore, the committee was informed by UWEC that the construction of electric wall fence was a pertinent aspect to subdue the human-wildlife conflict, which has proved to be one of the biggest challenges that the neighboring communities to the protected areas are facing. The committee therefore recommends, page 21, that shillings 9.5 billion be provided for work so that the three aforementioned projects are implemented. This will in turn address the constant human-wildlife conflicts that are constantly reported on the floor of Parliament and also bring closer the services to the people through the regional zoos in the cities. Honorable members, I beg to move to UTB for the interest of time. Uganda Tourism Board is mandated to sustainably promote Uganda as a competitive tourism destination for inclusive development. On page 23, the key planned activities for the financial year 2022-2023. Explore Uganda tourism campaigns and 4 content creation tours organized and conducted across the 6 tourism development areas of Uganda for promoting Uganda. And the rest are all there, honorable members, you can read. The observations of the committee on page 24. The committee was informed that the Quality Assurance Department at UTB is grossly understaffed with only 4 employees out of a staff of establishment of 12. This incapacitates the efficacy of the department in it, and it is difficult to embark on the inspection of the facilities that require the service, for instance, the accommodation facilities countrywide. The committee therefore recommends that government should provide 2.6 billion to enable UTB fill the key positions in the quality control and marketing department, and also avail 1 billion to purchase 3 inspection vehicles that UTB requested for, and this would enhance mobility, which in turn would ease the inspection and thus ensure quality control. The proposed committee allocations are as below on page 25. The committee observed that the tourism development program entities are grossly underfunded. The committee was presented with several unfunded priorities. However, the following are considered very critical and should be provided for within the financial year 2022-2023 through reallocation as follows. First, UTB quality assurance vehicle pickups, 1 billion. UTB internal reallocation from non-wage recurrent to wage to recurrent additional staff, to recruit additional staff, 2.6 billion. Ministry of Wildlife under vote 022, Ministry of Wildlife, Tourism and Antiquities, UWEC, construction of a wall fence, 3.2 billion. A pier, this is where the boats will be docking, 0.5. Regional Satellite Education Center, this is the regional zoo in Mbale, 5.8 billion. UHTTI, Ginger, fully funded implementation of a structure, 1.5 billion. UWTRI, Kasese, to fully fund implementation of the structure to conduct wildlife-related research, 1 billion. UHTTI Ginger, to kickstart the construction of the students' hostel, 1 billion. Project code 1700, Mount Renzori Tourism Infrastructure Project, 2 billion. And lastly, to develop and maintain Mwanga Kabalega Sanctuary Site, 1 billion. Total 19.6. So these are the areas the committee thought we would reallocate funds to. And that is the end of the tourism development program. The trade, industry and cooperative sector. Those are the entities under the trade. Vote 015, Ministry of Trade and Cooperatives. Vote 154, Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Vote 136, Uganda Export Promotion Board. Vote 500, local governments. Affiliated institutions, Uganda Development Corporation, Uganda Warehouse Receipt Systems Authority, Management Training and Advisory Center, AGOA Secretariat. The trade industry sector. The sector comprises of 4 votes that contribute to the development program and promotion of competitive and export-led private sector. And these include those that I had read. They're on page 27. Honorable members, allow me to take you straight to page 30. Source of funds identified for reallocation. These are the funds we thought we could identify, and I will later justify why and where we reallocated them. The committee identified 34.3 billion from within the trade and industry sector, reallocated it within the sector key priority areas. The table below shows the identified sources. Vote 015, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. The contribution to autonomous institutions, Uganda Warehouse Receipt System, I will justify later, 12 billion. Page 31, compensation to war debt cooperative claimants, 11.3 billion was deducted. Rationalization of UDT project allocation, Zombo Tea Factory, 5 billion was deducted. Luero Food Factory, 3 billion. We believe 3 billion is adequate. For Zombo, Luero, they had allocated money to buy machinery. But in this case, we don't think you should buy machinery when you have not yet even purchased the land, you have not yet done civil works, you have not yet even done planning. So we have deducted 5 billion from Zombo and given them just 5 so that they can first purchase the land. Luero Factory is the same. Sorority Foods Factory, we have deducted 1 billion. It's always asking for money to purchase fruits, so we thought we would leave them with only 1 billion and not 2 as I had earlier indicated. Integrated Sugar Factory in Luka, this is the factory in Busoga. We believe 4 billion is adequate to purchase land and do the civil works, and not the 6 billion they had earlier planned for. So a total of 34.3 billion has been allocated, and we are going to reallocate it, and I will justify why. Honorable members, on page 35, the total budget allocation to the Ministry of Trade, Tourism and Cooperatives is 93.023 billion, of which the ministry is allocated 35.174 billion, 38%, UDC 39.723 billion, 43%, Uganda Warehouse Receipt Authority 15.06, which is 16%, AGOA 0.55, which is 1%, and MTAC shillings 2.5 billion, which is 3%. The bigger share of the budget to UDC is on account of allocation of UDC projects. The total wage budget is 12.39 billion, non-wage is 77.76 billion, while shillings 2.05 billion is for development. I will straight away, for the interest of time, take you to observations on page 37. Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Compensation of war debt claimants or claims. The committee notes that the main objective for the introduction of the cooperative movement was to contribute to the well-being and development of the Ugandans. However, subsequent policies and events affected the operations of these cooperatives to the extent that the political instability in Uganda at that time led to the suspension and or closure of these cooperatives. However, As part of Uganda's reforms, the political decision was taken to compensate the cooperatives in an effort to stimulate the economy. The committee observes that the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives is currently carrying out verification and payment of all debt claimants concurrently. The committee, in its wisdom, does not find this feasible. The compensation of all debt claimants is an exercise that started way back in 1986. It is therefore inconceivable that the verification process is still an ongoing exercise. Without completion of the verification, we shall experience more claimants coming up, multiple payments of the same claimants and also ghost claimants. This will continue to cause government financial loss. It is therefore right and fitting to have the whole compensation exercise well streamlined by completing the verification process and then compensation payment of all the claimants that would have been duly verified. In the audit report financial year 2020-2021, the Auditor General observed that in some cooperatives, the amounts to be paid as compensation for all losses were excess of the amounts originally claimed by the cooperatives. In addition, payments amounting to 14 billion were made to persons and law firms other than the beneficiary cooperative societies. So it's based on these reasons that we have withdrawn the money that had been allocated to the compensation, and we have allocated only 2 billion so that they first verify all the cooperative claimants and pay at once. On page 39, honorable members, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives should halt the payment of all debt claimants and concentrate on the verification exercise of these cooperatives. This will guide Parliament as regards the exercise of appropriation and also eradicate ghost claimants, multiple claims and payments, and above all, curtail potential opportunist behavior by players in the compensation process. The committee recommends that 2 billion be allocated to the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives to carry out the verification of all debt claimants. The rest of the details are there, honorable members. I'll go straight to UDC. The committee observed that the majority projects being implemented by UDC have not yet started operating at full capacity and are not making any profits for the government. According to the Auditor General's report, financial year 2021, these projects were experiencing various challenges such as need for additional machinery in Soroti Food Factory, inadequate inputs to match the factory capacity as seen in Atiak Sugar Factory, to mention but a few. The committee recommends that the management of UDC should improve implementation of processes by ensuring that guidelines are put in place. Honorable members, on page 41, Uganda Warehouse Receipt System Authority. The committee made the following findings in relation to Uganda Warehouse. That the funds budgeted by the authority amounting to 10.15 billion for use to refurbish storage facilities and provide metrological infrastructure, analysis and mechanisms were budgeted for a work program outside the mandate of the authority. The Warehouse Receipt System Authority is established under Section 3 of the Warehouse Receipt System Act 2006, hereinafter referred to as the Act as a regulatory authority. The functions of the authority are A. Licensed warehouse keepers, licensed warehouse inspectors, issue negotiable warehouse receipt books, carry out and perform such functions. The committee finds that the funds budgeted by the authority amounting to 15.15 billion for use of refurbishing storage facilities and provide meteorological infrastructure were budgeted for a work program outside the mandate of the authority and as such should therefore be not appropriated. Indeed, to grant funds to the authority to refurbish storage facilities and provide meteorological infrastructure will allow the authority to participate in activities that are licensed by itself under the Act. This will make the authority a regulator while at the same time participating in the industry it regulates. Recommendations. The authority's request for 10.15 billion to be used to refurbish facilities and provide meteorological infrastructure was not approved by the committee and should not be approved by the House, since the authority does not have such mandate under the law. These people have gone even as far as buying gates for private storage facilities. The committee further observed that Section 17(2) of the PFMA Act 2015 requires that all unspent balances at the end of the financial year to be repaid into the consolidated fund. However, Uganda Warehouse Receipt System has continued to hold money across financial years without disclosure. For instance, at the end of financial year 2020-2021, the authority did not transfer 4.87 billion into the consolidated fund. The committee therefore recommends the Accounting Office of Ministry of Trade to cause a transfer of the said money to the consolidated fund and also continue to effectively supervise that particular agency. Now, the following, MTAC and Export Promotion Board. I'll give one example. Export Promotion Board on page 46. They do not have boards. Therefore, it is illegal for us as a parliament to appropriate even money for salaries. And I will justify as follows. Uganda Export Promotion Board is established under Section 4 of the Uganda Export Promotions Act, Cap 102, with objectives of facilitating the development, promotion, and coordination of all export-related activities that lead to the export growth on a sustainable basis. Under Section 8, the board is supposed to carry out functions of overseeing the implementation of the board's policies and programs, approving the annual budget and action plans of the board, monitoring and evaluating performance of the board against the budget and plans, approving the annual reports and accounts of the board, establishing and approving rules and procedures for proper financial management and accountability, and approving rules and procedures for appointments, discipline, etc. Under Section 13, the Executive Director prepares and submits to the Board of Directors for its approval estimates of income and expenditure of the Board, which submits the estimates to the Minister for approval. In this case, these agencies, without a board, there is no way they could have submitted directly to the Minister. No expenditure, and I will quote, no expenditure shall be made out of the funds of the board unless that expenditure is part of the expenditure approved by the Board of Directors under the estimates for the financial year in which the expenditure is to be made, or it's in estimates supplementary to it. Under Section 13. Observations of the committee. The committee observes that the Uganda Export Promotion Board has not been constituted for the past 3 years, considering the functions of the board and the existence of the board as the governing body is paramount, and all the processes carried out with the aim of seeking approval of the budget estimates by Parliament are rendered nugatory, since they bear no legal thrust. In the case of Sam Kutesa and versus Attorney General, it was held that when several persons are appointed to exercise judicial powers, then in the absence of the provision to the contrary, they must all act together. There can only be one adjudication, and that must be the adjudication of the entire body. And the same rule would apply whenever a number of individuals were empowered by a statute to deal with any matters as one body. The action taken would have to be the joint action of all of them, for otherwise they would not be acting in accordance with the provisions of the statute. The recommendations: the Ministry of Trade should constitute a board with immediate effect or seek for disbandment or merger in order to avoid unnecessary government expenditure. Honorable members, as I conclude, page 50, the observations of the committee under UNBS. The committee received in writing submissions from the Uganda Scientists Research and Allied Workers Union stating that 90% of UNBS staff are scientists and yet were not considered in the ongoing salary enhancement. Furthermore, financial year 2021-2022, 6 billion was provided towards clearing terminal arrears. This only covered 82.35% of the total arrears. This implies that there is still a deficit of 17.65%, of which no provision has been made. The committee therefore recommends UNBS should be availed with funds amounting to 7.425 billion for a phased enhancement of salaries for their staff. In the science category, the committee further recommends that government should provide funds to cater for gratuity arrears. And at the end, honorable members, you have proposed committee reallocations. The committee observed that the trade, industry, and cooperatives entities are grossly underfunded. UNBS, vote 154, we are allocating 5 billion. we're recommending allocation of 5 billion to recruit additional staff. Ministry of Trade, we are allocating 10 billion for rural industrialization program, rural industrialization development program. UDC, Bundibujo Cocoa Factory, upon determination of viability by end of June, we are allocating 2.3 billion for the designs and preliminaries. UDC to invest in East Africa Medical Vitals to buy a second line and working capital, the only African factory manufacturing, the only factory in Africa manufacturing powder-free medical gloves, 15 billion. They require to buy an extra line, a second line for production. And lastly, Management Training Advisory Center, 2 billion, total 34 billion. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the committee recommends that Parliament adopts this report and approves the budgetary estimate for the financial year 2022-2023 under the following votes. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Chair Tourism. Honorable Minister, do you have something to say? Do you have something to say, Honorable Minister?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the chairperson of the committee and the members of the committee for the report. I think it's a well-written report, especially the point they make that this sector is the engine of the economy, and therefore supporting this sector will actually grow our economy, grow jobs and industry. I only have one comment, that as we move towards the budget committee, I can see that the committee has recommended that the money which was allocated to compensate cooperatives should not be allocated until all the cooperatives have been verified. Our view would be that those who are already verified should continue be paid until we continue to verify others which are not verified. But if you say stop everything until you verify, I think that can cause some trouble. The second one is also the reallocation of the money for the warehouse receipt system. We hope that the money for the wages of the staff and basic activities of the institution have not been affected. So this is and also to commit that the appointment of the board, the Export Promotion Board, is already in cabinet. There was just a few queries which we are answering. We'll be able to sort it out before the end of June. Thank you.
When you look at Rule 159C, the general functions of a committee of parliament, under C, it says to assess and evaluate the activities of government and other bodies. That is one of our functions. And the Committee of Tourism ought to have seen and known that there was no board, and should have brought to this house, to this august house. And because we don't want to cripple the operations of institutions, I think what we can do is to give the ministry a deadline of May to have a board in place as we go ahead with appropriation. We should go ahead with appropriation for Export Promotion Board. We can't say we are not giving them money, no. We'll give them the money on the condition that we have got what? The board in place. That's the amendment I want Chair to make on your report. And like what he's saying, what Honorable Minister is saying, we just give them a condition that before the supply, we must have this in place. Yes? You want to debate?
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
What is your procedure matter?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. I'm Mayanja Alan. Honorable Speaker, Rule 149 says, consideration of the reports on policy statements and the proposed annual budget. Under Rule 2, Sub-rule 2, the House shall consider the reports of the Sectoral Committee and refer the approved recommendation to the Budget Committee for reconciliation, harmonization, and consideration, not later than the 30th date of April. My concern, Madam Speaker, at least you give us 5 to 10 minutes. We have our input in these reports, Madam Speaker. I think we are not moving procedure well, Madam Speaker, when you have not put in our inputs in these reports. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I have already given you the 5 minutes. Alan, we are receiving the ministerial policy statements from sectoral committees with their challenges, their recommendations, and we are forwarding this under Section 149 Sub-Rule 2 to the Budget Committee. The Budget Committee is going to bring a consolidated, reconciled report that will look at item by item. That is now where you're going to start debating. I don't know what you want to debate here, on the challenges, on recommendations. Is that what you want? Yes, Eki?
Madam Chair, I just want to emphasize one very important issue that government seems to be taking serious. Madam Speaker, the funding the government of Uganda receives from Europe, from USAID, from China, it passes through the Chinese Export Credit Agency and comes with the condition that the company implementing the program must be from China. The same from Europe, the same from USA. Now, if we don't strengthen the Export Promotion Board and the agency, we are going to lose out in DRC the way we lost out in South Sudan. We are going to lose out the way we have lost in Somalia. As we speak now, Madam Speaker, the Kenyan government flew a team of investors, opened Equity Bank branch in DRC. They are building a warehouse. Our work is to take our sons and daughters to die in DRC, and then to build a road, then others go and invest. Madam Speaker, I want to request the Prime Minister to commit more funding so that we build a warehouse facility, a cold system in Igoma where we are doing a road where we have UPDF so that we can promote our export. And the same should be done in Somalia and South Africa. The budget that has been provided for is not adequate. Madam Speaker, I wish to emphasize.
Madam Speaker, I wish to be guided because I am sure that all of these ministers had come here today to answer issues relating to policy and not estimates. Because the policy statements, if you are not a member of a committee X, it means your constituents will not be served. And it is only here where we would raise issues relating to policy issues, like the issue of human resource management, which is very poor in this country, where you find that in the local governments, now in tourism, the shortfall is 65%. So if we don't raise policy issues here, and we wait for estimates to be raised by budget, these ministers will go celebrating knowing that their policies and the budgets are passed. So we want to be assured that when we are discussing the budget, we shall also discuss issues to do with policy, because it is the policy that informs the estimates. I want to be assured, Madam Speaker, that they should not go celebrating and saying that these policies have passed. These policies have not been passed because we are not discussed. So can we say that we have passed them? I thank you.
Honorable Bahati.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, the way I think the budget framework, rather the Public Finance Management Act was formulated, and given the timelines we have, I think your guidance is appropriate and will help the members when we combine all these reports before the budget committee, because the budget committee report touches on the policy, but also talks about the figures. So I think, Madam Speaker, what I think we need, the assurance which you have given, is to give us more time when we are debating the report of the budget committee. But otherwise, if we debate every report and then the budget committee comes, we'll find the House repeating actually, instead of when we don't have the time. So if we can combine these reports into the budget committee report, then at that time, we'll be able to have enough time, debate both policy and the numbers. So the procedure, I think the guidance you have given will benefit members. Yeah, will give more members.
Wildlife, you had something?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And also wish to thank the chairperson of the committee and the members for the good report. And of course, the most important thing to note about the committee report, Right Honorable Speaker and members, is that this ministry still needs support. Before COVID, it was bringing in the most revenues in this country, around 1.6 billion, employing a huge number of Ugandans. And I think we need to be supported so that we can get back to our feet and be able to bring in the same amount of money, employ the same number of Ugandans. So I want to thank the committee and I want to thank Parliament for the support. But also want to implore the members of Parliament here today that please, you also travel this beautiful country, Uganda, and when you're traveling, tweet about it, cut as many constituents as you can, and enjoy the power of Africa. So we expect you to be one of the marketing tools for the power of Africa. So I implore you, please travel. Soon, Right Honorable Speaker, we shall be climbing Ruwenzori. Members, come, we climb together. But thank the committee for the report. Thank you.
Honorable members, I have already guided the House on this. We are looking at the challenges, the estimates. I am actually happy with the report that they were even able to reallocate within the same budget. Where they felt the money was not useful enough, they had to put it in a useful venture. But we are going to look at these items one by one after consolidation and reconciliation by the budget committee. Honorable members of tourism, I really want to thank you for the report. I now put a question that a report of the Committee of Tourism Trade be adopted with amendments. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. The amendments we are making are the ones we have already said, export promotion, and then, yes.
Madam Speaker, I have not come to challenge your ruling, but in compliance with our rules of procedure, especially Rule 149, Sub-Rule 2. And what is of concern is the word shall. And let me read it verbatim. The House shall consider the reports of the Sectoral Committee, and that word also should be underlined, and refer the approved recommendations to the Budget Committee. In essence, actually, the House ought to, this is the time to have a serious a debate on these reports that are coming from the sectoral committees before we make a recommendation that they are taken to or referred to the Budget Committee. This is as per the rules. If we are in strict compliance and adherence of the rules, Madam Speaker, I would implore your chair to reconsider that ruling.
What do you want us to do?
That
because the reports that we are adopting are going to the Budget Committee. So what do you want us to do?
I would want us to follow the rules, to work within the rules.
Are we not working within the rules?
To debate each sectoral committee as it comes, and then we make recommendations as referring it to the budget committee as per the provision of the rule. Madam Speaker, because the word is shall, that the House, and this is the House now, shall consider. That consideration is about debating.
But what we are doing is considering. I've given people time to speak. I've given the ministers to give comments on what they've heard. How do you want it to be debated? You want it to be put onto a vote?
Madam Speaker, the ministers, with all due respect, are not mentioned anywhere in the rules. They are the ones to guide. No, I'm on procedure.
He's seeking for a clarification even if you're on procedure.
But to me to allow you, I have not. I have not. So, Madam Speaker, it does not make mention, with all due respect, anywhere in the rules that the ministers are the ones to give guidance or highlights.
But members of parliament, they're equally obliged to debate.
Yeah, it is the debate I'm talking about.
Yes,
before any recommendation
any
recommendation to the budget committee.
Have you stood up and I've refused to pick you? Have you stood up and I've refused to pick you?
Myself?
Yes.
No, I'm happy that you have allowed me, Madam Speaker, to raise the procedure issue.
Okay, come and sit. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, with due respect to the opposition chief whip, I think where we would be most interested in is to look at the performance of each sector. You allocated money in the last parliamentary period. How did you perform? So that when we give you money, we give you based on how you utilize the resources we gave you. So I think that is where our interest would be. But for now, the report of the Sectorial Committee on Trade and Tourism is so detailed that I don't know whether anybody would have more input, because we did a lot of research on behalf of Parliament. I mean, the committee did a lot of research. So they did a lot of research. They went to the west, they went to the east. They did a lot of research on this.
That's your committee.
Members, Gore, you don't have to say no. If you have an issue, stand up and speak. It is not the first time that we are doing the budgeting process. It is just unfortunate that it is your first time. But we've done the budgeting process before you even came to this parliament. So let's learn from each other. If that's what she's saying, that's what has been done. So you can't just say no because you want to talk. Maybe you want to smuggle in something of cattle rustling or what. We want something backed up by figures. You get it, eh? There was a budgeting process that was done for the last financial year. We want to assess how much was given to the last financial year, how much are we giving in this financial year, why the variance, are we going to add or we are going to reduce? And then we'll look at the source of funding. Where is the funding coming from? Is it from external or internal? That's what we are going to look at. That is the budgeting. Some people are lucky that they did accounting like some of us. Next.
Item 4B3, Information, Communication, Technology and National Guidance.
ICT.
Not ready. Is ICT there? Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think I also take the opportunity, since I've not had one, to congratulate you. To congratulate you for having ascended to that office. I have not had the opportunity, let me take the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the laws and the relevant rules, the Minister in charge of the sector submitted the policy statement, and our committee has analyzed. We are here, or I'm here on behalf of the committee to present the comments and recommendations in response to the observations as made. The ICT committee is in charge of votes, vote 20 and vote 126. Vote 20, Ministry of Information, Communication Technology and National Guidance, and vote 126, NITAU, and the number of subventions for the agencies that are under, and that's the Uganda Communications Commission, the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, Postal Limited, the Institute of Communication Technology, the Vision Group, and others. In the interest of time, I will not look at the methodology, but I also state that in our analysis, we found that the policy statement was in accordance with the laws and the various policies of government as required. I will make a general observation that ICT or information technology is supposed to be a cross-cutting driver for the socio-economic transformation that affects almost every entire activity. Today in the world we live in the world of ICT, where you are seated, when you look left, when you look right, it is ICT. Incidentally, when you look at the provisions of the funding made, do not necessarily reflect the desires, the objectives as stated in the various documents. In the interest of time, I will proceed straight to the challenges, and I will go to page 14 of the document. And in page 14, we observed that almost 68% of the budget of the ministry is actually payment of the former employees of Uganda Posts and Telecommunication. Almost 70%. Now, when you look at this provision, is that it is being done at the expense of programs that would affect not only many people but also other programs and to achieve the overall objective. The committee recommends that instead of 53% of the areas that are being paid in 1 year, they are rolled over 3 years such that only 35% is paid, and then the rest paid in the following years such that some money is reallocated for the important unfunded areas, and that would amount to about 40 billion. Next, I'll move to page 19, and that's about UBC. The Uganda Broadcast Corporation is also the same entity that runs and manages Signet. Now, for the understanding, Signet is supposed to be the company that carries the television signals of all other players in the industry that are for free. But in our site visits and our engagement with the various agencies, including UBC and UCC, we found that what we are supposed to call the National Operating Center in Kololo
where all signals of television in this country are supposed to be collected before transmitted is in a sorry state. The control room actually has no air conditioning. They have opened the doors such that there is natural air conditioning by wind. The equipment is obsolete, and even the manufacturers can no longer provide even spare parts, and they are no standby. Therefore, the committee recommends as follows, and that is on page 21. In order to ensure proper operation, Signet is legally disengaged from UBC by creating its own company, fully owned by government, with its own mandate, deliverables, board, and secretariat different from UBC. At the moment, UBC is both a television and also an aggregator of other televisions, which is not right, and the committee observed that all the resources that may be allocated to Signet may as well be used for other functions that may not necessarily be for the objective. The committee also recommends that 2.5 billion Uganda shillings is allocated to Signet and not to UBC, specifically to upgrade the deliberated National Operating Center in Kololo. And also 7.5 billion Uganda shillings allocated to Signet to install the direct-to-home services for the free-to-air services in order for television services to reach each and every corner of Uganda. That also government provides incentives and reductions in taxes on the direct home decoders and dishes to ensure that these are affordable and accessible, which in the long run will cut on the cost of accessing television and also cut on the monopoly of the pay TVs. And that until Signet is disengaged from UBC, these funds are allocated but withheld. And that once the funds are provided, Signet revises its charges for the free-to-air televisions from 12 million shillings per month, which is exorbitant, to about 5 million Uganda shillings. Next, I'll move to page 27, and that's about the operationalization of the Parish Development Model Information System. Now, we live again in the era of data, and the beauty of technology is that data is collected, data is stored, data is analyzed by technology. The success of the parish development model will definitely depend on the systems to acquire or to capture, store, manipulate, and report data. Whereas PDM seems to be the game changer, and digital transformation is being mentioned as one of the pillars, incidentally, the allocation of the funds do not reflect exactly that. We risk a situation that decisions are going to be made once again without properly presented and analyzed data. The committee recommends that government provides an allocation of 7.6 billion for the operationalization of the system for the financial year 2022-2023. Because currently only 5 billion has been allocated instead of the 75.8 billion required. I'll also move to page 28 and talk about the business processing outsourcing. And the Minister of ICT and National Guidance is mandated and committed to accelerate national digital transformation, create opportunities for the unemployed youth using technology, or call it BPO. Now, whereas the ministry requires 31.9 billion, this has not been provided. Only 800 million has been provided. The committee recommends that government provides the required 31.9 towards business process outsourcing, digitization, and innovation for the year 2022-2023. I'll move to page 34. And I'm looking at areas of key challenges, but everything is in this report. And this is about the tribunal. The Communications Tribunal, as required by law, has not been implemented. despite the provision in the law, in the Communications Act, despite the presidential directive on the matter, up to date, the tribunal has not been placed. And the danger is that UCC continues to act as a regulator and at the same time as the tribunal, which is not proper. Therefore, the committee recommends that 5.4 billion as required for the establishment of the tribunal be allocated for the year 2022-2023. I'll move to page 35, and again this is about UCC. The committee observed, one, that there is a 2% levy on licensees of UCC. The objective or the spirit of this provision was in order to generate resources to address the need of telecommunication services in areas that do not make a commercial value to the private players. So when the 2% is collected, 1% goes to the consolidated fund and 1% is retained by UCC to undertake this responsibility. There are two challenges here. The first challenge is that the 1% which goes to the consolidated fund is taken for the general use and is not necessarily put to the use of addressing areas that have such a challenge. The second challenge is that the 2% is being charged across all licensees, including broadcasters of television and radio that may not necessarily have been covered. It is also true that because of that, actually this money has not been collected since the provision, since this provision was put in place. It is only collected from the telecoms but not from the broadcasters. Therefore, the committee recommends that there is a revision and a removal, because in any case it is not being paid and that was not the objective. I'll move to page 41. And that's about the vision group. Once again, they are used to be the traditional, call them vernacular papers of Orupini, Aetop, Orumuri, but these were not making commercial sense and therefore were discontinued. But they are very important in terms of dissemination of information, especially that a large percentage of the population may not necessarily be able to read and write English. Therefore, the committee recommends that 2.9 billion is allocated to the vision group towards revamping these particular papers. Right, Honourable Speaker, page 46 has a summary of the unfunded priorities totaling to about 194 billion. What has been provided is only 16 out of the expected 2011 in order to ensure that information technology is used as a tool to drive the socio-economic transformation of this nation. I therefore, on behalf of the committee, call upon the members of this House that this report is approved and transmitted to the Budget Committee for further consideration. I beg to move. Right, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. I want to hear from the chairperson of COSASE on the issues of the tribunal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the reason we have regulations, the reason we have laws that guide entities is because we want them to work. We actually want these entities to be able to do what is expected of them and to deliver. Sometimes the entities think we want to frustrate them. No, the reason we are hard and we insist that we tick all the boxes, cross every T and dot every I, is because we want these entities to work. The taxpayer injects money in them. The issue of the tribunal is a very critical one, Madam Speaker. That's another box that has got to be ticked, and we should not try to run away from it. And again, like we are saying, once we tick all these boxes, then somehow the taxpayer is sure I am shielded in one way or another because I am injecting my money there. Madam Speaker, I think we need to get to a point where we say, before we release some more money, let's have all these boxes ticked. I think that's very important. Parliament also needs to begin to be taken seriously, Madam Speaker. We pass recommendations. We are now discussing these matters. The sectoral committees are bringing their reports and so on, but sometimes they're taken for granted. And yet we wield a carrot and stick, if you like. We appropriate these monies. So I think, Madam Speaker, we need to get to that point where we say, you know what? Before we release some more money to you, can you first show us that all the boxes have been ticked, that you have crossed every I, every T and dotted every I, that whatever requirements that need to be in place are in place. It also helps the entities. The entities need to know we are not doing this because we are pressing them so hard. No, it also helps them to operate prudently and efficiently. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, what do you have to say about UCC and its tribunal? Anyway, since the minister was not in, Honourable Minister, can the chair tell you the problem with the tribunal in UCC?
Okay. Okay. I know, but he can first talk. But
Chair.
Okay.
For the benefit of the minister, I'll try to summarize. About the tribunal, is that the challenge is that despite being a provision in the Act, and there being a challenge that the regulator at the same time also undertakes the role of the tribunal, even when some players in the industry may be in conflict, but this has not been actualized because of provision of funds, and the committee was recommending that funds are provided if that is the excuse, such that we can have the tribunal in place. And about UBC, again, Signet, that is supposed to be the carrier, is also a department within UBC, which is a television of its own. And the recommendations of the committee is that legally, Signet is independent, it's on board, it's on mandate, it's on secretariat, such that resources are allocated to it to be able to undertake its mandate of taking the television signal to every Ugandan in every corner of the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, it's not the first time that this House is getting to know about lack of a tribunal in UCC. When I was a chair in Kosase, that was one of the issues that we raised. How can a whole regulator have no tribunal? And on this note, we are going to do the appropriation, but will not give you money without a tribunal in place.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And I want to thank the chair of the committee for the report. I'm sorry I came in late, but we've been discussing with the committee the issue of the Communications Tribunal. It is a creature of the UCC Act. And the major function or role of the tribunal is that it will work as an appellate court, a court of appeal, where you can appeal decisions of UCC or decisions taken by the Minister for ICT on matters covered by the law. We've been working on this issue. We have completed the regulations, which are now being finalized by the first Parliamentary Council incorporating the last comments, the final comments, and we have also worked out the budgetary estimates required, which I think the committee has captured about close to 6 billion annually. And we've also been in consultation with the Judicial Service Commission, which the law empowers to nominate names for appointment by the President. So the process is on. The only lacking issue is the finances, the budget. If we are varied with the required amounts of money, then we are as good and as ready to go. So if Parliament can support our ministry with the provision of the required resources, I think the preliminary activities required have all been worked out.
You're saying you need the money for recruitment of the tribunal?
Yes, we have to appoint the chair, who is a judge, and 2 members, and a technical advisor, and the other members of staff, as well as providing accommodation and space and so forth. All these have been computed. And we have discussed
you have the 1%. Is it 1% that you take away from the NTR? Wouldn't you first, isn't that a priority to UCC, that you would first improvise as you wait for the money?
Well, part of the money of the 2% goes to the consolidated fund. Then the other is budgeted for, it supports other activities.
Other activities, including the tribunal, it is a priority in your operation.
But also there are technical challenges if UCC is to fund the tribunal directly, when the tribunal supervises UCC. Then we can continue having the discussion, but the point I am making is that the
ministry is the one supposed to do that. If UCC cannot do, if you see a conflict of interest, then the ministry should do that.
Well,
it's for the good of this industry.
What I can say is that the money, even from the 1%, is not adequate to run UCC and the other activities and the tribunal. So our request was Ministry of Finance to provide additional resources for the tribunal to be in place.
Honorable Minister, we are going to hold your budget before we have the tribunal in place. So can we have a tribunal before end of May? Before end of, it is by law. It's not anything, it's a creature of law. We are not just imposing it on you.
Then the issue of UBC, yes, we need to complete the migration process, the digital migration, and what is required also is 7.5 billion Uganda shillings, and that will enable Ugandans to pick UBC signal anywhere in the country without necessarily going to Star Times or DSTV or these other
Is that the
networks.
signature? Signature?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Honourable Minister is saying?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to appreciate the chairman for a very good report and well researched. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to seek clarification from the Honourable Minister. As far as free-to-air services is concerned in this country, Madam Speaker, I remember many years ago, Parliament has been budgeting and the ministry provided free-to-air services only within Kampala. Every year we are budgeting for this. And this time I am happy that we allocated 7.5 billion to provide the services across the board. I would like to find out from the chairman for the committee whether you took your time when you were discussing to find out what happened in the past so that you compare with the present and to know what may happen in the future. Because we may budget again and the services will not be provided to Ugandans. This is what I wanted to find out, Madam Speaker.
Chair.
Thank you very much. I'd like also to provide more information, Right Honourable Speaker, that the 2%, before I get to the question, that is corrected, and 1% goes to the consolidated fund. In the next financial year, this resource envelope is reducing because initially, the telecom companies that pay the 2% were also being charged on their gross because they were also undertaking the business of mobile money. But with the enactment of the National Payment Act, this is now being regulated by Bank of Uganda, so a substantial amount of revenue will no longer be going to UCC. That's just for the information of the House. Back to the question, what is different with the provision of the 7.5 billion compared to the past are two issues. One is the recommendation we are giving that SIGINET should be given its own mandate, such that whatever revenues are allocated will be monitored to make sure that they undertake the activity for which they have been budgeted. In the past, SIGINET being a department of UBC and these resources go to UBC, it becomes difficult to separate which resources are for which activity. Secondly, it is also not true that the free-to-air is only in Kampala. It is also in other parts of the country, but it's not stable, it's not reliable because of the technology being used, being terrestrial. Terrestrial means going through the air, so you negotiate with the hills and the valleys that come along. With the recommendation of the 7.5, DTH, meaning direct to home via satellite, it doesn't matter where you are, you'll have a footprint of the satellite, and every Ugandan will have access for free-to-air television. And not only UBC, but all free-to-air channels. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Silo.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to appreciate the chair. That's why it's very important to always have brilliant chairpersons leading committees. You have done a great job. The report is good. Anybody asking why knows the answer. It is not easy to give a good report. Madam Speaker, I have three issues of concern. One, the issue of the newspapers. ETOP, I think we even lost Rupin and the like, Orumuri. People have been thinking, even Busoga had one, people have been thinking that these papers are loss-making. But right from the Speaker, there are special issues that are attended to when we have these newspapers run. For instance, when a common person wants to run an advert for administration of estates, it is much more cheaper. It has been cheaper for us when we use those local newspapers. So I think it is brilliant enough for us to agree with this committee so that we revamp these newspapers as quickly as possible. I've been seeing people who are running for DDPOL, something like that, when you want to change names and you have to advertise things in the papers. I think it also plays a part of it. Madam Speaker, the second issue, the issue of the tribunal. Indeed, it is sad for us to have an entity that has no mediator between itself and the wider public. I think that one becomes unreasonable at all. And we need to do an audit in this House to find out how many laws have been made by this House and they are redundant. They have not been implemented. These are part of it. And Madam Speaker, we need this tribunal just tomorrow. And I want to tell this House that the biggest power that we have as a House is appropriation. If we do not hold the government to account at this level, then we have lost everything. So there should be nothing like going back. These people must give us the tribunal as quickly as possible. The minister is my friend, is a good man. And I believe that he listens very well. And we are likely to get this committee, this tribunal, as quickly as possible. And I think that was very, very important. The last one, Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of reliable and credible data is very, very critical. Recently, we saw what happened. When we wanted to get the data of the people who needed support when COVID hit us, our people went into disarray. They were not able to put their books in order. And we just went and gave money even to people who didn't deserve to get it. You sent us to the field and we got this information. This was all because we were not well prepared. We didn't use ICT to put data together. Which is well collected, analyzed, so that we are ready to use it for the benefit of this country. Therefore, I want to back up the committee and say, you have done a brilliant job. Your recommendations are up to date. You need to be supported, and your recommendations should be carried by the House so that we pass everything. Madam Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable. Government, Prime Minister, can I request for government to present the treasury memorandums of all the other accountability committees? The treasury memoranda. I want a treasury memorandum of Bank of Uganda, of UCC, of URC, that were in the previous 10th Parliament. That is what is going to guide us. Otherwise, we are going to be repeating the same things every time. So can we have that presented in this House?
Right Honorable Speaker, much obliged. We shall do it.
Thank you, especially on COSASE, because the MDAs under COSASE have a lot of money, and we need to see what happened, what did you do, and how did you handle the issues that were discovered. I want to thank the Committee of ICT and its members. Chair, thank you. I now put a question that the report of the Committee of Information and Communication Technology and National Guidance be adopted by this House. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Now we refer the report to the Committee of Budget as per Rule 1492. Thank you. Chair.
Item 4B4, the Committee on East African Community Affairs.
East African Community Affairs. Members kindly try to make an executive summary. And members, don't forget to lay your reports. ICT, did you lay your report and minutes? You need to lay the reports and the minutes on table.
Is it coming?
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report onto the table.
And minutes?
The report and the minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the members of the Committee on East African Community Affairs, allow me to congratulate you upon assuming that topmost office in this august House. I'm here to present the report on the
members, don't go away. Support other committees also. Mpindi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm presenting the report of the Committee on East African
Don't leave because
Affairs.
your reports have been presented. Support other members also.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm presenting the report on the Committee of East African Community Affairs on the Ministerial Policy Statement for the financial year 2022-2023 for the Ministry of East African Community Affairs, vote 021. And before I present the report, Madam Speaker, allow me to lay a copy of the report. I beg to lay.
Thank you.
I also beg to lay a file containing minutes of the proceedings of the committee and the engagements held with other different stakeholders. I beg to lay.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence that since the report is already uploaded in the iPad, I just read the executive summary which is also part of the report. And that is, I go straight to Roman numeral, page Roman numeral 3, executive summary. The Committee on East African Community Affairs, in accordance with Article 155(4), subsection 4 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 12 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, and Rule 189 and Rule 149(1) of the Rules of Procedure, has reviewed the Ministerial Policy Statement relating to Vote 021, Ministry of East African Community Affairs, MIACA, and now reports. Vote 021, Ministry of East African Community Affairs. Compliance of the Ministerial Policy Statement, financial year 2022-23, to the PFM Act 2015. The Ministry's Ministerial Policy Statement complied with Section 13, subsection 15 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015. Based on the assessment for gender and equity requirements, the compliance score of Vote 021 was 63.9%. Half-year budget performance, financial year 2021-2022. Right Honourable Speaker, by the close of the quarter 2 of financial year 2021-2022, out of the approved budget of Uganda shillings 31.833 billion, 56.3%, translating into Uganda shillings 17.933 billion, had been released to the ministry. The funds released included a supplementary budget approved for purchasing the minister's vehicles. The ministry, however, managed to absorb only 53.9% of the total funds released to them, owing to procurement delays and the bouncing of funds made towards the ESC contributions. Important to note, however, is that the funds budgeted to cater for arrears were received and absorbed to 100%. Right Honourable Speaker, further analysis of the ministry's budget by sub-programs reveals that administration, policy and planning sub-program received the most funds up to a tune of 56.77%, but utilized them the least and registered an absorption of only 53.09%, while the regional integration sub-program received only 37.59% of its funding and absorbed up to 73.58%. Challenges experienced by the vote. Inadequate funding to effectively meet the obligations obligations and mandate of the ministry. Number 2, inadequate funds releases for Uganda's annual contribution to ESC organs and institutions. 3, inadequate resources to undertake effective public awareness on ESC programs, opportunities, market requirements, quality standards, among others. And 4, the slow pace by which MDAs are amending their respective national laws to align them to the ESC Common Market Protocol and remove all the non-conforming measures in their respective laws. MIACA's budget for financial year 2022-2023. Right Honourable Speaker, the ministry has been allocated Uganda shillings 31.75 billion for the financial year 2022-2023, indicating a slight increment to their budget equal to Uganda shillings 0.21 billion, which is 0.66%. And this is attributed to the increase in the recent budget of the ministry from the current financial year. Of this, 4%, which is Uganda shillings 1.24 billion, is wage. Then 95% is, which is 30.09 billion, is non-wage, and 1%, which is Uganda shillings 0.43 billion, is development expenditure. While there is a 53.8% reduction in the Government of Uganda funded development funds allocated to the ministry, members should note that a total of 9.282 billion has been provided to cater for pension and gratuity arrears in the financial year 2022-2023. The budget strategy and resource allocations for financial year 2022-2023 have been done along with the program approach premised on the 20 development programs identified in the NDP3. Miaka will contribute only to 3 NDP3 development programs. At the ministry level, Miaka will operate 2 sub-programs to achieve the objectives of the NDP3 development programs. Underfunded stroke unfunded priorities of the ministry. Right Honourable Speaker, the ministry has several underfunded and unfunded priorities totaling to 7.5 billion. The committee observes that Miaka is keen on ensuring that EAC integration in Uganda deepens and works meaningfully to deliver a competitive environment for business. However, Miaka remains critically underfunded. Honourable colleagues, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, on page 11, there is a table number 7. It provides the details of the unfunded and underfunded priorities. And it is important to note that of the total budget, that is 29.711 billion that is provided for in the appropriation bill, only 4.29 billion is available for the ministry's operational expenditure and all regional integration activities, which is quite limited. The committee recommends, therefore, that a reconsideration be made to increase the budget of Miaka, vote 021, of financial year 2022-2023 to Uganda shillings 39.25 billion, commensurate to the expanding mandate and increasing activities of the community. This would cover the current funding gap of Uganda shillings 7.5 billion. Hosting of the 22nd EAC Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Trade Fair in December 2022. Right Honourable Speaker, the exhibition brings together small and medium enterprises from the EAC partner states commonly known as Jowakali, Kazi Ngumu, Nguvu Kazi, representing the informal sector. This sector has the most entrepreneurs and is vital in the region's development process. Uganda has committed to host the 22nd EAC Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Trade Fair in December 2022, but it remains as an unfunded priority. The committee therefore recommends that Uganda shillings 1.2 billion required for hosting the 22nd EAC Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Trade Fair in December 2022 be provided to the ministry to facilitate preparations for hosting the activity. Sensitization on the Ugandan citizen, sensitization of the Ugandan citizens to appreciate the East African community agenda. Despite its earlier recommendations in the budget framework paper, also in the other reports of the previous committee, the committee observes that Uganda still had low public awareness and sensitization on EAC integration. The lack of understanding continues to disadvantage Ugandans from accessing the gains of the EAC integration. The involvement of the political leadership, the youth and the business sector are critical in strengthening the integration process, considering that the EAC is private sector-led and market-driven. The committee therefore recommends that additional Uganda shillings 1.8 billion required for sensitization and public awareness activities be provided for the ministry to create awareness of the expanding EAC integration agenda and the developments among the citizens.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Speaker, aware that we have a time constraint, you had guided the chairpersons to summarize. The way I see my honorable chairperson moving, I don't know whether she's summarizing or reading the entire report. I'm seeking for your guidance, Madam Speaker.
I think the chair is about to finish. She's giving a breakdown of the 39. The expenditure of the is it 39? Of the additional funding that they want. So she's giving you a breakdown of that. She's about to finish.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your wise guidance. I go to regional engagements. I will summarize. Allow me to read this. In the wake of EAC integration and the accession of the Democratic Republic of Congo to the community, there is need for more efforts to support the private sector players to access market opportunities in the DRC. The involvement of the political leadership of MIACA to participate in EAC Sectoral Council meetings and coordinate the identification and resolution of non-tariff barriers and bilateral engagements on trade issues related to agro-trade and private sector development is critical. The non-tariff barriers increase the transaction time and costs of doing business, affecting Uganda's intra-regional trade volumes with partner states. Right Honorable Speaker, on this, the committee recommends that additional Uganda shillings 2.5 billion required to provide for the ministry to facilitate, provided to the ministry to facilitate these engagements. And on compliance and harmonization of domestic laws to conform to the community laws, directives, and decisions. Here, Right Honorable Speaker, in view of time, allow me read the recommendation since the report is uploaded. The committee recommends that 1, the additional Uganda shillings 0.849 billion required for compliance with implementation of EAC decisions and directives be provided. Secondly, the Ministry of Finance Planning and Economic Development should table a bill for amendment of the Public Finance Management Act to provide for a certificate of EAC resolutions compliance of the ministerial policy statement. This will compel all affected MDAs to incorporate EAC resolutions and decisions as and when passed in their policies and budget frameworks, without which budgetary appropriations would be affected. And lastly, the committee recommends that the summit gets more involved in supervising the implementation process. For example, the coalition of the willing member states working methods. It can be reviewed. Right Honorable Speaker, I now move to the conclusion, which is on page 19 of the report. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee notes that the appropriation bill proposed funding as in table 11 below, recurrent expenditure 29,286,102,000 and development expenditure 425,180,000, making a total of 29,711,282,000. However, subject to the above observations and recommendations, the committee recommends that Parliament approves the vote budget estimates to a tune of Uganda shillings 39.25 billion, commensurate to the expanding mandate and increasing activities of the community. This would cover the current funding gap of Uganda shillings 7.5 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, East Africa. Chair, thank you. The Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair and members, for the good report that you have presented this afternoon. Madam Chair, there is little that we can say about the report, but just remind members that we are in the East African community on a number of grounds. One, Pan-Africanism. Secondly, to take advantage of this huge market of the community. With a population of over 200 million, we can actually turn the fortunes of this community into a very strong community. For example, Madam Speaker, talking about the markets alone, East African community imports goods worth 60 billion US dollars. Amidst the resource that we have, and the Honorable Minister for Energy would inform this House that, for example, this country, we have gold worth 12.8 trillion US dollars. 12.8 trillion US dollars. And yet, we continue to import jewelry worth over 200 million US dollars. So collectively, we think that if we're in the community, we can try to banish the demons of a bad history that we have had and bend a curve of our future into prosperity. So this is the reason why we're in the East African community. And I think any support that we give to this ministry, on our side, as Minister of Trade, working with Minister of East African Community, we are doing our level best to make sure that the non-tariff barriers are worked on. One of the things that has been stopping the issue of, hindering the progress of the community are transport costs. And that's the reason why you see that we have been talking about issues of the standard gauge railway, now the meter gauge railway, so that our goods can be transported from Mombasa to Uganda. We are also talking about the pipeline, which we are working together. So there are things that we are working on to make sure that we facilitate business and the development in the East African community. And while I agree that we should have a certificate of compliance of all the documents to talk about the East African community, but I think as leaders, we don't need to be whipped to talk about the future of our continent. We don't want to be whipped to talk about the future of the East African community. We ourselves must whip ourselves and be able to talk and support anything that supports the community. You should not wait to be whipped. So, Madam Speaker, the Chair has recommended a compliance certificate, but we think we should actually not be whipped mechanically. This is something that we can work on as leaders. So, members, there are issues which were raised about DRC. I just want to inform colleagues that we are setting up a team, a delegation, to go to DRC at the end of this month to negotiate deals. We are going to go there to negotiate deals so that we can make money for our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Paul O'Mara is my name. I want to thank the Chair for the presentation, but Right Honourable Speaker, with a very, very heavy heart, I want to say that Uganda is not ready for the East African integration. And this is why. As a Committee of Finance, we had the opportunity to visit Dar es Salaam, later on Nairobi, Mombasa. About 10 years ago, the East African head of states, together with the East African community ministers, agreed on a number of protocols. One of them was to build the necessary infrastructure to allow goods and services to move across the region. In Dar es Salaam, they have increased about 19 berths. They have finished Fort of Tanga. They have finished Mwanza. And at Mwanza, they are now building a cargo ship to service Uganda. And they have finished the standard gauge railway, In Kenya, they have finished.
Honorable Mara, is that a benchmark that you're making to disqualify us from being in the community? I am asking me, Honorable Mara.
Yes, please.
Is that a benchmark? Are we discussing today whether we should be in the community or not?
What I'm saying, Right Honorable Speaker, is that our sense of readiness, because the Ministry of East African Affairs is supposed to coordinate the MDAs to making sure that the protocols that are signed are executed in the country. Right now, the goods are being delivered in Mombasa.
There's a procedure matter.
Yes, a procedure, yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Avur Jen Pachuto, and I'm the Deputy Chairperson, Finance Committee. Right Honorable Speaker, I want you to guide us whether we are proceeding right. For a member of a committee to come and start deliberating on a report of a committee that has not been officially brought to the House. Right Honorable Speaker, are we proceeding right?
Obviously, we are not proceeding well. And that's why I'm asking, is that what you're using as a benchmark to determine whether we should be in the community or not? And for today, we are not looking at whether we should be in the community or not. We are looking at the budget estimates.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker.
And you're not going to debate a report that you've not presented to this House. What you're saying now is a hearsay.
Thank you for your guidance, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Goli.
Speaker, I think I wanted to provide information to Honorable Paul Omara by saying that he's highlighting the issue and challenge of implementation. And in this report, we have clearly mentioned that implementation is a challenge. We should address it by using the summit, give the summit more room play in trying to see that implementation is done well. So it is a structural thing which we have proposed in that report.
Actually, that's why you're asking for more funding, because of that problem. And once we give you the funding, then we should be able to move on well. Members, I now put a question that a report of the Committee of the East African Community Affairs be adopted by this House. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. In accordance to Rule 149(2), this report is forwarded to the Budget Committee for reconciliation, harmonization, and consolidation. And this should be handled before 30th of the month. Yes?
Item. Oh.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the expanding mandate of this East African community with the advent of the DRC and the increasing activities. But that the Minister has made mention of deals that are being cut. I'm concerned, Madam Speaker. I wanted him to throw some light because we know of East African failures because of the top-down entity, being a top-down entity whereby only the summit leadership make decisions, including closing borders at that high level. So could he throw light on the shady deals that are being cut?
It is now a down top approach.
In this ministry.
It is now a down top approach.
That is our prayer. That it
is now a down top approach.
Changes from bottom up.
Look, it is now a down top approach because that's why it's communicating to you as the representatives of the local people down there. So you need to go back to your people. We'll give you more information on how we should make sure that the East African community performs better.
But you know, those deals resurrect the ghosts of mafias.
It is not a deal. Mafias
who cut deals at that top level.
It is not deals. You know, by the time the minister tells you that he wants you to be involved, that means it is now a down-top approach. It is no longer at a ministerial level alone. If it was at a ministerial level, then it would be discussed at cabinet, not in the house.
Madam Speaker and Opposition Whip, the deals I'm referring to are good deals, are business between the people of Uganda and the people of DRC Congo. They are not the other ones yes, you are thinking about. This is for the progress of the two countries. Thank you.
Next.
Item 4B5, the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
Honorable Nora, give us the executive summary of foreign affairs. Honorable members, the Committee of Foreign Affairs, just sit a bit. The Committee of Foreign Affairs includes our missions outside Uganda, the embassies, and that committee has a lot of challenges. It has actually become local affairs because they cannot be able even to go and see one embassy. They have a lot of challenges. And since today I've seen the front bench is full, kindly you need to lobby for Committee of Foreign Affairs. You need to support Committee of Foreign Affairs. These people cannot even go to just one embassy because of lack of funding. Much as we appropriate from here, when it reaches cabinet will say, we cannot release this money. And I want to request the front desk that the appropriation is being done by Parliament. Leave us with our powers. See how that committee is suffering. Anyway, you present your report.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for that guidance and for really reminding the front bench of what it's supposed to do in regard to this committee. Madam Speaker, on my behalf, and on behalf of the people of Ulisa and the people of Sectoral Committee on Foreign Affairs, allow me to congratulate you upon your election as the Speaker of this August House. I also thank you for this opportunity that you have accorded to me as the chairperson to execute a duty which is prescribed under Rule 149, Sub-Rule 1 of our Rules of Procedure. Madam Speaker, the above-mentioned rule gives a reporting timeline within the budget cycle. Considering recent developments, it has not been easy to meet this deadline. On this point, therefore, Madam Speaker, I therefore would like that you allow me to thank you for the enabling environment that you allowed us to work throughout the last couple of weeks, including Easter weekend. Madam Speaker, allow me to thank the members of the committee for their tireless commitment, for the meetings, some of which were convened during the night hours and weekends. To the Muslim members of this committee, I salute you because you're in the fasting period, but they had to go up to late hours. I want really to applaud them. Madam Speaker, finally, allow me to thank Committee Sectoral, the Secretariat, who captured all the deliberations and permissions and put together this report. In the same vein, I recognize the support of the ICT department that enabled us to hold virtual meetings, all of the 30 missions and the 2 consulates of Uganda. I also thank the 4 missions and the accounting officers that struggled within their means to come and interface with the committee in person. These were the missions in Juba, Riyadh, Nairobi, and Kinshasa. Madam Speaker, it is indeed monumental for me to report that for the first time and through Section 45 of the PFMA, this committee has held meetings with all the accounting officers of our missions abroad. With that, Madam Speaker, I now beg to present the report of the Committee of Foreign Affairs on the Ministerial Policy Statement and budget estimates for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the financial year 2022-23 for votes 006 and votes 501 to 536. Madam Speaker, you have indeed indicated in your communication that Foreign Affairs Committee is a very unique committee. And for that case, I'm requesting you, therefore, to briefly allow me to highlight a few things. That the mandate of the committee, according to Rule 187 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, establishes the Committee on Foreign Affairs and mandates it to cover missions abroad and bilateral, multilateral, and intergovernmental relations. Vote 006, which is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs headquarters. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs comprises of the Ministry of Headquarters, 34 diplomatic missions abroad, and 2 consulates. The mandate of the ministry is to implement and manage Uganda's foreign policy. This mandate is executed with a mission to promote and protect Uganda's interests abroad. Strategic objectives of the ministry and the missions abroad are: 1. Promote regional and international peace and security, to facilitate promotion of trade and tourism and attraction of investment and transfer of technology, to facilitate mobilization of resources from abroad for development, facilitate promotion of interinstitutional partnerships and capacity building, to facilitate maximization of benefits accruing from adherence to international obligations, to provide protocol and consular services and protection, to enhance Uganda's image abroad, and to mobilize the Ugandan diaspora for national development. Madam Speaker, the committee examined the Ministerial Policy Statement and budget estimates for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the missions abroad. We examined the alternative policy statement from the Office of the Leader of Opposition in Parliament, and we held physical meetings with the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, ministerial officials, and some heads of accounting missions, of accounting officers and missions abroad. Indeed, we held virtual meetings with some heads and accounting officers of missions abroad in accordance with Section 45, Subsection 5 of the Public Finance Management Act. Madam Speaker, the committee scrutinized the Ministerial Policy Statement and budget estimate for Ministry of Foreign Affairs and missions abroad for financial year 2022-2023 in accordance with Section 13, Subsection 15 of the Public Finance Management Act, and reports on the following areas. And because of time, I'm going to be very fast. The performance and key achievements of the ministry and missions abroad during the financial year 2021-22. The committee further observed that over the years, Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been at the helm and epitome in promoting and protecting Uganda's image at high-level international events, and in so doing has registered the following achievements that demonstrate that it is a productive and not a consumptive government institution. 1. Promotion of commercial and economic diplomacy, investment promotion, cooperation assistance and frameworks, tourism promotion, promotion of regional and international peace and security, mobilization of the diaspora for national development, provision of legal services and compliance with and reporting on Uganda's international obligations, provision of protocol services, provision of consular services, promotion of a country's image through public diplomacy, institutional capacity building, and property management services. Madam Speaker, this ministry and its missions has registered a number of achievements. I'll just be brief. For example, on promotion of commercial and economic diplomacy, hosted the 4th session of the Joint Permanent Mission, JPC, with Tanzania, during which cooperation agreements were concluded in the fields of trade, culture, energy, youth, livestock, and fisheries, and shared natural resources, among others. Over the rest Over the recent and past years, Uganda's export earnings from Tanzania have been increasing from USD 46.7 million in financial 2017-2018 and USD 67.69 million in financial 2018-19, USD 94.7 million for financial 2019-20. And you realize that the slight decline of 20.02 million in the financial 2020-21 would have been due to the disruption in economic activities occasioned by COVID-19 pandemic. And the ministry in its mission also negotiated for the export of Uganda's sugar to Ethiopia. Apparently, Uganda's export to Ethiopia have been on the increase from USD 10.87 million shillings in financial 2017-2018, USD 20.47 million in financial 2018-19, USD 16 million financial 2019-20, and USD 23.66 million financial 2020-2021. However, we have not been exporting sugar to Ethiopia. Madam Speaker, still under promotion, we were trying to show this House that the ministry is doing a lot this nation. Elite Agro is interested in setting up 7 agro-processing tea plants in Uganda, in Kisoro, Zombo, Buhweju, Kabarole, Ruchiga, Bushenyi, and Mitoma. Each factory is estimated to cost $500 million US. Madam Speaker, when it comes to cooperation assistance and framework, received, processed, and circulated 141 scholarships and training offers from Malaysia, Turkey, USA, UK, Australia, Egypt, India, Republic of Korea, Singapore, Switzerland, Serbia, China, to name but a few. And out of these, 442 Ugandans benefited from the scholarship. On tourism promotion, Madam Speaker and colleagues, the missions, in collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, and Uganda Tourism Board, continue to engage in international tourism expos, exhibitions, promotions to market Uganda as preferred tourism destination. The tourism expos attended included, among others, the UA Expo, Convention on Promoting Uganda's Cultural Tourism and Other Tourism Products, the IZMIR International Tour and Travel Expo in Turkey, and Uganda Week in Nairobi on tourism and education promotion. Madam Speaker, promotional regional and international peace and security, mobilization of the diaspora for national development, provision of legal services and compliance with the reporting on Uganda's international obligations, provision of protocol services, provision of consular services, institutional capacity building, trained all senior managers in leadership and management, and supported 11 missions in preparation of their respective strategic plans. Madam Speaker, these include Washington, New York, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, Berlin, Brussels, Addis Ababa, Bujumbura, Pretoria, Kinshasa, and Riyadh. Madam Speaker, we have a half-year budget performance of the ministry and the missions during the financial 2022-2021, 2021-2022. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and headquarters was allocated a total of 67.983 billion for financial 2021-2022, and of this, 93% was non-wage, 9% was wage, 1% development, and 51% was in areas. The table above, it clearly indicates this is table A. And by half year of this, 46.459 billion was released, indicating 68.3% of MOFA's approved budget. It should be observed, however, that no funds were released for the development budget. The budget absorption overall, 65.1%, which was 44.236 billion, of the total release was spent by half year. It should be observed that 100% of the released areas was spent by 31st December 2021. On the other hand, wage performance was 45.6%, and the lease absorption was 26.4% was registered under 9 wage. Madam Speaker and colleagues, Ministry of Foreign Affairs headquarters half-year budget performance at sub-program level. Table 2 explains everything. That's on page 10. We go to page 11. By the end of quarter 2, which is half year, release performance was performance under regional and international criminal affairs, regional and international political affairs, regional and international cooperation, protocol and public diplomacy and policy, planning and support services were 42.6%, 42.1%, 0.0%, 40.6%, and 31.1% respectively. Colleagues, I would implore that you look through these tables because all the information is in there. Page 12, Madam Speaker, we will look at the approved budget. The information is therein. Foreign affairs missions were allocated 223.157 billion for financial year 2021-2022. And of this, 73% was non-wage, 12% was wage, and 15% was development. The release performance, half year, financial year 2021-22, a total of 127.751 billion was released, indicating 57.2% of missions approved budget. The budget absorption overall, 76.96%, which was Uganda shillings 98.019 billion of the total release was spent by half year. It was observed that only 43.204% of the release areas were spent by 31st December 2021. On the other hand, Madam Speaker, wage and non-wage respectively performed at 92.31% and 90.84%. The absorption of 31.24% was registered under Government of Uganda Development. And the poor performance, Madam Speaker, on the absorption on the development fund was due to the ongoing procurements on a number of construction projects that are within the missions. Madam Speaker, page 13 of our report, the compliance of the MPs with the Public Finance Management Act 2015. It is evident that most requirements as stipulated under Section 13, Section 15 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 were provided in MOFA and foreign missions, as you have seen in the table on page 13. Page 14, Madam Speaker, major challenges that affected the performance of the ministry and the missions abroad by 2021-22. The committee was informed that in pursuit of the set targets, missions couldn't achieve all the set targets because of the following challenges, which were many, whereas many of the challenges are general and are cross-cutting in nature, the rest are unique to specific missions. Effects of COVID-19 was a general one, inadequate allocation for development budgets. The estimates for the development budgets of various missions are not commensurate with the items for which they are allocated. Taking an example of the development budget indicated in the Appropriation Bill 2022, allocated to the permanent mission to Ottawa in Canada, and considering its numerous issues surrounding the renovation and the reconstruction of both the chancellery and the official residence, the funds allocated may go to waste. Restrictive cultural and architectural requirements of host countries that require mission to be availed adequate capital development funds. In some missions, Madam Speaker, it was indicated that most host countries have cultural attachments, have hindered progress in renovation or construction of properties by our missions. The Commission in Ottawa, for example, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have for the last many years been engaged in the process of getting all the relevant clearances to have the chancellery and the official residence of the mission in Ottawa renovated or constructed. However, both buildings are located in heritage conservation districts, which location necessitates acquiring a heritage permit before commencement of construction or renovation. Their being in these districts makes the procedure of acquiring the permit long and complicated. Lack of funds for economic and commercial diplomacy. The new focus of the sector, Madam Speaker, is economic and commercial diplomacy. The committee has, however, been informed that out of the 36 missions that we have as a country, only 7 have been funded for economic and commercial diplomacy. Only 7. And this was since 2016. Up now, there has not been a rollout on the list. And we are afraid that even in the upcoming financial year, even this funding won't appear to the 7 missions. So we'll need your indulgence, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the challenges that is being faced by missions is loss on poundage. The committee observes that funds for missions are budgeted in Uganda shillings, but they are transferred in foreign currency. As a consequence, there are losses incurred due to fluctuation of foreign currencies due to exchange rates as well as stringent policies in some host countries. The committee observed that loss on poundage on releases affects critical items such as rent, foreign service allowances, social security contributions, and in the long run affects the performance of our missions. Cash flow projection and proposed budgetary allocation for vote 006 and votes 501 to 536 financial 2022-23 and medium term projections. Headquarters. In the medium term, Madam Speaker, Minister of Foreign Affairs headquarters total budget is projected to remain the same. However, its budget will increase from UGX 33.55 billion in financial 2021-2022 to Uganda shillings 36.03 billion in financial 22-2023 due to increase in the amount allocated to non-wage component from UGX 26.85 billion to UGX 27.12 billion and allocations of UGX 2.49 billion to domestic areas. Wage allocations are projected to remain the same in the medium term as indicated in table 4 below. And when we look at the missions abroad, in the medium term, foreign missions, the total budget is projected to remain the same. However, the foreign missions total budget will reduce from 222.48 billion in financial 2021-2022 in the medium term, Madam Speaker, the foreign missions total budget is projected to remain the same. However, the foreign missions total budget will reduce from Uganda shillings 122.48 billion in financial 2021-2022 to Uganda shillings 197.46 billion in financial year 2022-2023. This is largely on account of a reduction in the amount allocated to non-wage and development by Uganda shillings 12.75 billion and 12.27 billion respectively. Wage allocations are projected to remain the same in the medium term. Madam Speaker, the tables are here with indicated, everything is in there. I pray that members will look through them. Comparison of ministerial policy statement, figures with the draft estimates of financial 2022-23. The following observations were made. The ministry headquarters, which is vote 006, budget will reduce by 1.022 billion from Uganda shillings 33.11 billion to Uganda shillings 32.088 billion. The foreign missions budget will increase by 4.37 billion from 176.8 billion to Uganda shillings 181.18 billion. I refer you to table 6. The budget strategy and resource allocation for financial 2023 have been done along the program approach premised on the 20 development programs identified in the Third National Development Plan, NDP3. The rationale of this program approach is to improve prioritization and eliminate silo approach to budget implementation and the associated duplication, inefficiencies, and wastage. Ministry of Foreign Headquarters will contribute to 4 NDP3 development programs, while missions abroad will contribute to the 12 development programs in financial 2022-2023, as indicated on the table below, that is table 7. Critical and funded planned output for financial 2022-2023. Madam Speaker, due to the budget cuts and freeze on the items of travel abroad, the workshops and seminars, the ministry will not be in position to deliver the following key planned outputs in line with its core mandate of promoting, protecting Uganda's interests abroad, and other unfunded priorities are indicated in table 8 below. Madam Speaker, because of the importance of these, and I'll pray that you allow me go through them very fast. Yeah, we have areas that have not been provided for in the budget of 20 billion shillings, areas to international organizations, funding towards international organizations of 27 billion, promotion of regional and international peace and security. Here, participation of the Ministry in IGAD, ICGLR, AU, EAC, COMESA, NBI meetings, and UN system where important decisions are made. And this is 0.70 billion, that is not captured in our budgets, and yet very critical. Defending the country's position before the Human Rights Commission in Geneva requires 0.06 billion shillings, and it's not captured in our budgets. Madam Speaker, 30 bilateral meetings on Uganda's strategic interests on matters of regional peace and security are to be convened and participated in DRC, Ethiopia, Egypt, Algeria, Nigeria, South Sudan, Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, and Burundi, to the tune of 0.33 billion. All this is not captured in our budget. And as a country, we have been given the chairmanship of the non-allied movement for the 3 coming years. And there's no budget for this. Therefore, the hosting of NAM, the tune of 3.5 billion shillings, is also not captured in our budget, and it's an unfunded priority. Promotion of commercial and economic diplomacy. Madam Speaker, 11 joint permanent commissions on political and economic cooperation are to be convened or participated in DRC, Ethiopia, Egypt, Algeria, South Sudan, Tanzania and Kenya, Rwanda and Burundi, to the tune of 2.0 billion shillings. Madam Speaker and colleagues, 16 investment, trade and tourism promotion events to be coordinated and participated in China, UAE, Denmark, India, Qatar, Turkey, USA, Malaysia and UK, to the tune of 0.54 billion shillings has not been provided for. For investment and trade promotions, events to be organized in Uganda for diplomatic corps focusing on Rwenzori region, northern Uganda, eastern Uganda, and Red Triangle, to the tune of 0.20 billion shillings not captured in our budget, and yet very crucial. 4 joint economic commissions to be organized or participated by us as a country, in which Czech Republic, Indonesia, Hungary, and China, to the tune of 0.280 billion is needed, but not provided for in our budgets. 31 MOUs on economic, political, and labor externalization cooperation negotiated. Madam Speaker, as you can really see from what you're presenting, a lot needs to be done for this sector, and we need your support. These are some of the findings and general observations of the committee. A comparison of the Ministerial statement figures with the draft estimate of financial 2023 indicates that the Ministry vote 006 budget will reduce by 1.022 billion shillings from Uganda shillings 33.11 to 32.088 billion shillings. The budget for missions abroad will increase by the figures that you have seen as indicated. The committee noted that there were some missions which had poor budget performance or poor absorption capacity of the development budget due to procurement and local content requirements of the host countries. The mission in Nairobi, for example, had an approved budget of 11.4 billion, but only 5.3 was spent, while the mission in Kuala Lumpur had an approved budget of 170 million Uganda shillings to procure a vehicle, but by half year, the process of procurement of the vehicle had not been concluded, although it was later concluded in the 3rd quarter. Other missions that had optimal performance were missions Abuja, Addis Ababa, Guangzhou, Abu Dhabi, Dar es Salaam, and Mogadishu. Madam Speaker, one of the findings that the committee got out of the interactions of the 36 missions that we have, the lack of mission charters. While several achievements were made by both the ministry and the missions abroad, the committee observed that the missions charters were outdated, but they were operating using strategic plans for the financial 2021 to 2024-2025. The absence of a mission charter may have contributed to some missions' failure to achieve the objectives because they had no basis to use their rights to undertake and fully execute their responsibilities in accordance with their structural establishments and purposes. Lack of adequate financial resources. Madam Speaker and colleagues, resources allocated to most missions are adequate to enable them to respond to the distress calls and to monitor the relevant parties for compliance. The activities relevant to consumer services take up largest share of the budget, and these costs continue to increase as deployments increase. This is exacerbated by the budget cuts within the financial which cuts affect core activities of the mission. And the table below clearly defines this or illustrates this, where missions that require additional funding. We have a mission in Nairobi that acquires 10 billion shillings. Copenhagen, 0.8 billion shillings is for additional funding for consultancy, assessment of information, production of design and the builds of quantities. Mombasa requires designs and BOQs for the construction of the chancery, the tune of 1.50 billion shillings. Addis Ababa, additional funding for the consultancy to produce designs and BOQs, the tune of 0.90 billion. Mogadishu, construction of 2 staff residences, 1.50. I would implore colleagues to go through this, but this list is very important for us to capture because if we would not really add this funding to these entities, it will be very difficult for them to be able to execute their work. The recurrent budget enhancement. Minister of Foreign Affairs, the amount of 4.5, the purpose is to reinstate the budget for travel abroad to facilitate the mandate of the ministry. To conduct GPCs with 10 countries to enhance market access, that is 2.0 billion. 50.8 preparations for Uganda's chairmanship of the 9 Allied Movements, NAM, for the period 2020-2026 and hosting of the 3rd G77 and China Summit. Missions abroad, Madam Speaker. 11.54 is required to reinstate the budget for travel abroad and workshops to facilitate the mandate of the missions abroad. Kinshasa requires 0.576 billion, provide funds for the rent for the chancery. And then for economic and commercial diplomacy, for the 28 missions that have not been getting this vote, to promote market access, investment and tourism and bilateral cooperation. Madam Speaker, the committee observed that some missions require the following additional funding to enable them to execute their mandate adequately. This is because over 80% of the missions were not allocated capital development funds. This has incapacitated missions abroad to pursue construction of premises, purchase of vehicles, and other critical areas. Madam Speaker, in interest of time, there are high costs of maintenance of old properties. For example, in Canada, a property located at 235 Mariposa, another at 231 Coburg, has high costs of rent. The residents of Mariposa spends 1.734 billion, 1,735,583,206 amount in money, that's annual budget in rent. 231 Coburg, the Chancery, spends 2,116,000,000 shillings, 425,742 annual in rent. The table below, table 11, shows all this. Madam Speaker, something has got to be done. So the lack of adequate facilities, Madam Speaker, such as the call center, delays in developing vacant land is another challenge for us in our missions. And this led to repossession of the land in some missions, for example, in Addis Ababa. You're aware, Madam Speaker. Further delays will lead to loss of land, such as land in China. Under this, the more we delay to develop this land, we end up losing land. And this also taints our image as a country. So we've got to do something, Madam Speaker. We have had lack of adequate human resource, recalling of transfer and staff midway, the financial, these are some of the challenges, unfavorable host countries' labor laws. It was observed that some missions' budgets are affected by local labor laws of the host countries because the labor laws may not be commensurate with Uganda's mission's budgetary allocations. In India, for instance, the law requires the mission to recruit local staff for specific positions. The same law requires that missions should pay terminal benefits to locally recruited staff upon resignation or dismissal, an amount totaling to the salary of the number of years which a specific employee may have worked at the mission, which may be over and above the mission's available funds. Likewise, labor laws in Switzerland require that locally recruited and staff should earn a minimum wage, which is approximately 3,800 USD. Unfortunately, this amount is more than what Uganda's home-based staff are earning. Additionally, Madam Speaker, some host countries have favorable rate of terms. We also have cost of living, and this affects our staff. Lack of joint technical committee meetings, Madam Speaker, all these are challenges. Recommendations. Funds for travel abroad and economic diplomacy be reinstated. The Committee on Foreign Affairs should be availed with a budget for travel abroad to enable it to execute its mandate appropriately. Because of some of these challenges, Madam Speaker, as you did indicate, we cannot only be able to do this unless the committee is facilitated. Coupled with the lack of funds for travel abroad in the selective budget allocations for economic diplomacy, yet all missions strategies require that they undertake these activities. Government should allocate funds to all missions to enable them to undertake economic diplomacy activities. Tracking of Ugandans traveling abroad for jobs, need for amend the labor laws. Madam Speaker, this is very paramount. The current labor laws should be amended to include the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, since it is mandated to protect Uganda's interests abroad. This will also cure the problems of surrounding externalization of labor and protect the image of Uganda. Recommendation on settlement of areas. Madam Speaker, as a country, we are registered so many of these international organizations, but when we keep in areas, it taints our image. So I'm imploring you, Madam Speaker, through your powers and the Chair and the House, that we make sure that all these areas are settled. Presentation of treaties, protocols, international agreements before Parliament. Madam Speaker, government should lay before Parliament treaties, internal agreements or protocols entered into by the government of Uganda within 6 months after it has been concluded or signed or provided by Rule 40 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. There is a lot, Madam Speaker, and because of time, we would pray that this House will go through these things and make sure that we take the corrections. Madam Speaker, diplomacy starts with the image of the persons. Foreign affairs leads the way, and floodgates are open. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the missions abroad, if well facilitated and funded, can easily lead this country to the middle income status that we have so long been desiring. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that this report be adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Nora. Honourable Nora has made a very good report, as you've heard. This Minister of Foreign Affairs, please lay the report on minutes.
Madam Speaker, and allow me to lay the report on the Foreign Affairs on the Ministerial Policy Statement and the Budget Statement for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the financial year 2022-2023 for vote 006 and votes 501 to 536. I beg to lay. Thank you.
Thank you. As you've heard, foreign affairs and our missions abroad are a face of our country in the international community. The image they portray is a reflection of our country. So we really need to do a lot to make sure that our image is being maintained. And as Parliament, we need to support these missions to ensure that they portray a good image for our country. And I liked the point that the labor laws should include our embassies outside. You find people are suffering in those countries, and the embassies are not even aware whether those people are in that country. That should be.
I have something to raise.
That should be included in the labor laws. And the issue of the treaties. You find the government has entered into an agreement with another country, and you don't know, as the local parliament, you don't know what agreement they've entered in, what they are going through, and at the end of the day, you find yourself breaching the treaty. So an aspect of laying it on table after 6 months is a proper one. Yes. Yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
There's a procedural matter here.
Right, Honourable Speaker, is that
There's
I want to raise an issue where in Uganda is the only country where foreign policy is in the heads of the ministries. The minister has foreign policy but is not written. The constitution commands that Uganda shall have a foreign policy. And the foreign policy cannot, it must be a public document. That's why you find that some of our people, when they go out, they don't know how to relate with foreigners, they don't know which country to relate with. You find people are now complaining about modern slave trade. This is the lack of a written foreign policy, which should be given to all Ugandans. So we don't know, has the Ministry of Foreign Affairs tried to put in, to implement what is the provision of the Constitution in as far as foreign policy is concerned? Because we don't know how we relate with other countries. Even when members of Parliament travel, there are some countries where we are not supposed to go, but you don't know. Some of these treaties, we don't know how they are supposed to be domesticated. So would the minister be kind enough to tell this House why we don't have a written policy, a written foreign policy as a country, so that it can be also domesticated and be, people know it? I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Minister, you will respond to that? Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mine is a procedural matter that I fetch from the interaction I had with one of our ambassadors, and that is of Tanzania. In that interaction, I came to know that we got a piece of land near Tanga Port where our pipeline, the oil pipeline...
You're a member of the committee?
No. I'm not a member of that committee. But...
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
He's on procedure.
He's on...
You continue.
He is. He's a member.
It's a procedure.
He's a member.
He's on procedure again.
Information, Madam.
Right Honourable Speaker, I will take her information.
Okay.
She's very uncomfortable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to inform the member that the information that you are about to divulge has not yet come from the committee to the House, so please keep it, hold it.
Honourable Jane is the chairperson of Finance Committee. That report is from Finance Committee. You want to start smuggling information from a committee report into the House?
Right Honourable Speaker, I'm here to acknowledge that Honourable Jane is my chairperson, and I will humbly sit and relax and take rest.
I am going
peacefully.
to give you space to present your report as a finance committee. I'll give you space. Let me give Shadow Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chairperson of the Foreign Affairs Committee for leading the committee into a successful report. And Madam Speaker, as the Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs, most of the tangible recommendations within the report have a bearing in our alternative policy statement for the sector of foreign affairs. But I wish to add that the requirement and the recommendation that Uganda puts more emphasis on negotiating bilateral agreements, especially labor-related agreements, is urgent and require appropriation in our budgeting process. For example, we have a labor agreement with United Arab Emirates, but up to now, it has not been operationalized. Part of it is funding. Equally, Madam Speaker, we heard from the mission in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, that part of their challenge, much as they have a population of above 100,000 Ugandans working as housemaids and workers in Saudi Arabia, they don't have the adequate staff, professional staff, especially Sharia-speaking staff, whereas we have a big population of Ugandans studying
Honorable Shadow, does the labor agreement say that a mission out of Uganda or an embassy is responsible for the people who are in that country? Does the labor laws in Uganda say that?
Madam Speaker, within the report, there is a recommendation to amend our labor laws.
You first talk about amending the laws before you start asking for money. That's the first thing. Have the law in place, amend it, and then you start asking for money. You don't create an illegality.
Madam Speaker, away from amending the law, there's a recommendation to do with recruitment within the main report. And
you're recruiting under which law?
Recruiting under the existing law.
Now, if you don't know what you're talking about, you sit.
Madam Speaker, under the existing law.
Gone.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I have only 3 issues. One, let us allocate money to develop our land in China. Because if a country has given us with one heart, why should we take time to do something? So, Madam Speaker, we are the ones who appropriate, and my submission is that let's give money, at least something for starting, so that we secure that land. 2, the issue of travel abroad for the Committee on Foreign Affairs, and also Foreign Affairs, and then Park Central, the committee of this House, needs to be activated immediately. Otherwise, whatever we are allocating to these missions and embassies will just go to road, because there is no watchdog following what is happening with this money. So I feel we should really activate the parliamentary budget for travel abroad so that we watch what is happening. The last one, Madam Speaker, if we talk about the issues of labor, I have heard a lot of youth crying, those who have gone to the Middle East. This particular ministerial policy statement seems not to be addressing the challenge that we are facing in the Middle East in terms of the mechanisms of managing what is happening to our youth abroad. People are going there, then they were told that they have confiscated the what? The passports. This and that has happened. People are not able to be traced. So, Madam Speaker, I want to support the committee, support their recommendations, and invite this House to adequately support this committee so that we see something happen that will be for the good of this country. Reminding you, if you look at our neighbors, for instance, Rwanda, those people managed to pay money to Arsenal FC, and they have something written to the Jersey of Arsenal, visit Rwanda. How can Uganda, a whole big country of this nature, fail to do anything in terms of commercial diplomacy? and also promoting our country abroad. Madam Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. The issue of Park Central must be worked on. Much as we are appropriating money, we need to have that money accounted for. That money should be accounted for, so Avura.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the chairperson and the Committee of Foreign Affairs for the good report. Right Honourable Speaker, like you rightly observed, that one's image or a country's image is seen from those missions. Just as at home, imagine you enter a dirty kitchen, you can imagine what the bathroom is like. I want to support that the budget for foreign travel, especially for the Committee of Finance and Foreign Affairs, be reinstated. And I don't know why my minister is looking at me at a side way, but that's a fact, Right Honourable Speaker.
You should have actually said, especially for a Committee of Park Central, because Park Central does the oversight, the accountability aspect.
But Right Honourable Speaker, there are two ministers here, Honourable Musa Sizi and the Minister for ICT. I remember at one point he was acting Chief Whip for about 2 weeks or so, and he met us, the committee leadership, and gave us a lot of hope that the next Monday, Cabinet was going to meet and the Minister of Finance was going to lift the ban. I want these two ministers, they are here. Let them tell us what happened to that meeting. And he really promised us and told us, especially Foreign Affairs, they would have to, he would plead for them so that their budget, the ban on them is uplifted. And I hear in the corridors that he's going to be actually the chief government whip. Can he tell us that we should trust him and keep hoping in him that what he tells leadership of the parliament is actually what translates to be? I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, the issue of travels. One core role of a member of parliament is oversight. Members don't just travel because they want to travel. And they are going to do their work. And don't teach this parliament bad manners. Because you will deny us money for travel, you will bring something and we shall reject. It will be a tit for tat. And then you will say parliament has issues. Do what you're supposed to do for us. We are not requesting for it. It is our right as members of parliament. So you really need to serve us as we serve you. We need to complement each other as legislature and executive. Panado, you want to say a word? Yes, Panado.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted also to add on our issues of foreign affairs. Madam Speaker, our embassy house in Nairobi, it is in a dilapidated state. Last year, there was a possibility that they were not going to renew our lease for the land because it needed the intervention of our foreign minister and here. And in fact, we lost 2 of our plots in Mombasa where we have buildings of property holdings. And as I talk now, 3 of them which are housing, I think, about Augusta of something, they are on the verge of being taken by. So we need our Foreign Affairs Ministry to liaise with those people so that we can see how best we can resecure back our land. Because as I talk now, our embassy house, there is a possibility in Nairobi. We are not most likely to renew our lease. And yet it needs our intervention and the minister from the other side. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members. We've heard from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. You know the challenges of foreign affairs. And this must be addressed. Minister, there was an issue of the foreign policy. Yes. And what plans you have for the ministry, for the committee?
Thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues. For, first of all, let me take this opportunity to thank my chairperson, Honorable Nora Birigwa, and the members of the committee for this report, which is honest, factual, and informative, for which I, as Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, do appreciate. In so providing this report, it has managed to expose the successes and the good work of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, in addition to the challenges that we face as Minister of Foreign Affairs in many sectors. In spite of the shortage of budget, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs endeavors to undertake its responsibilities and duties to the best of its ability. We encourage our staff to be nationalistic, patriotic, and to endeavor, under all circumstances, to bear the challenges that they face, mainly because of the shortage of funds. I take this opportunity to respond to all the issues raised by my colleagues. Particularly, I'm also at pains and concerned, like you, Madam Speaker, at the challenge my committee is facing in being almost impossible for them to travel abroad to do their duty. This matter was brought to my attention by the chairperson, the vice chairperson, and members of the committee. But then it is beyond my capacity as to what should be done on this matter. I would wish this House to urge and find mechanisms in which this matter could be resolved. I am sure that were this committee to visit some of our missions physically and see some of our missions in the state they were in, or the beauty some of them are in, they'll be able to talk very factually in having seen what is on the ground. I'm sure also they'll have an opportunity to have talked and to our staff and listened to the issues and the challenges that they face and working in difficult circumstances, and also the issues they have successfully worked upon as staff in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Service officers in our different missions around the world, 34 of them, and 2 consulates. So I appeal and join all those who urge that money should be found, lots of money should be found for the committee to be able to travel, or if there's a suspension on travel, then on the committee suspension should travel ban should be lifted, because the job of the Committee of Foreign Affairs is to be out there abroad, and they should be out there abroad and only visiting Uganda when they're doing their parliamentary duties. On the issue of the foreign policy as first raised, Madam Speaker, the foreign policy of Uganda is not static and not cast in stone. Foreign policy of Uganda depends on how we respond on various issues and at particular circumstances. For example, our foreign policy as to how we are dealing with the circumstances and how we vote at the United Nations in the current prevailing situation between Russia and Ukraine is different as it would have been 3 or 4 months ago. We respond and generate and create foreign policy guided by the President, the fountain and foreign policy based on the circumstances as it prevails at that particular moment. Foreign policy also is changes from time to time because Whereas to today, you have, for example, let me take an example of Rwanda. Whereas for many months, almost years, we had challenges of the borders being closed and access to Rwanda was a challenge. Rwanda closed its border. But having worked on how to reverse that situation, our foreign policy then changes as time goes on how we engage Rwanda based on that particular circumstances. Hence today the border is opened, hence today our policy has changed, and hence today we speak a different language when we talk with Rwanda. So it changes from time to time. However, we at the same time have a foreign policy document, which is in place with the President waiting his approval.
Why don't you allow him finish?
Now, this foreign policy document has been generated by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with consultants, consultants who are composed of ex-diplomats and former high commissioners of Uganda, which will be the basis of our foreign policy. The papers and the documents will get to the President, and we hope we are sent to him and are waiting for his approval of what will be the basis and the foundations of our foreign policy. So we're waiting for the response to His Excellency the President, and I can assure you that once His Excellency the President approved it, we'll be able to table it here in Parliament.
You want the President to first approve it before you bring to the House?
Madam Speaker, the fountain of foreign policy is the President. And once it was generated by us and in conjunction
I thought we look at it when you send it for an assessment.
Procedure.
Inquiry.
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Right Honourable Speaker, I'm raising a point of procedure in regard to what the minister who is the lawyer knows. This is part 28 of the Constitution, which commands the government of Uganda to have a foreign policy, which is written. So when you say that the foreign policy will depend on what the president thinks, the foreign policy is also supposed to guide the president how to relate to issues. So which is supposed to be guiding who? The policy guides the president and all the first country diplomat who is the president, the second country diplomat, and the other diplomats who go out. They are supposed to be guided by a written foreign policy, not to be in the minds of someone. How would you read the minds of the president if you don't read him? I thank you.
Further inquiry.
Yes.
Clarification.
Honorable Minister, I would love to know, for how long has that policy that you are talking about been on the desk of the President, awaiting approval? For how long? Because yes, it might be true that it is the cabinet that approves what? Policies. But for how long has it waited? Because I know that most ministers these days, they just come here. If you are coming up with a bill, they tell you, government is working on it. It is just around the door. It is about to reach the gate. That is how they do it. So for how long? In the meantime, how are you operating? Can we get to know?
Further inquiry.
Honorable Minister,
Madam.
just get the last one. You get the other clarification also.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am getting very concerned when the Minister says our policy changes depending on the circumstances. My understanding, and in line with what the Honourable colleague stated, we should have a framework policy. What changes are the instructions, not the policy at every moment. I want to get clarification from him whether that is impossible to have. Thank you.
Honorable Goli.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to appreciate the way they have been presenting the papers from trade and moving on to foreign affairs. And it brings me to the issue which I consider to be the foreign policy related to commercial diplomacy. I've looked at the costs which support commercial diplomacy. Actually, they are not funded. While on the other side, there's some funding which I see under trade, especially for external trade. My inquiry is there a way or have you considered the issue of possibly realigning government in such a way that possibly external trade is managed under foreign affairs so that you see the funding gap bridged? Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Minister, we have all agreed that there's need for guiding principles on how we deal with any emerging issues in different countries. And the need for this has clearly been at display when there was a war in Ethiopia. We had generals issue statements which did not reflect the position of the country. And you have to agree that it is very, very important there must be foreign policy to guide everybody. As a matter of clarification, a number of disasters or emergencies have occurred, like in Ukraine, there was outbreak of corona in China. You find countries evacuating their people, dealing with, and all those interventions reflect on our image. There are cases where we just find Ugandans are stuck, running everywhere. Right now, when I see the request for money, that does not feature anywhere. How do we intend to deal with unforeseen things like that that are going to emerge? The second clarification I'm making to you is, I've seen in our embassies, they have also turned into, some of our embassies are now into rental business. They put our properties there on rent. I know many foreign embassies renting our, that money has not been reflected. How is that money accounted for? We need to know, because there's need for capital development, but you are not saying how the monies were raised from rental. In New York, we are renting. Uganda has prime properties, especially in the developed world. How much are we making? Where is that money going? You need to tell us. Thank you.
Honorable Sise.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have two issues that I would want the Minister to clarify for me. First of all, the world now is changing its diplomacy to be focused on trade and commerce. So I would like to know of the diplomats you have appointed, or our ambassadors or representatives you have appointed recently, or those who are already in the foreign service. Can you give us the ratio? What is the ratio of the professional, the diplomats vis-a-vis the commercial and the political diplomats, so that we know whether we are really moving with the trend? Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I would have expected the Foreign Affairs report to reflect on how we have improved on developing our own assets in the various centers. Because I can give you an example of Addis Ababa. We have got land there, and yet we are spending a lot of money on renting the sanctuary, renting for the staff, and yet we have got land there, which we were given long time ago. Now, if you compare the amount of money we spend in a year and the amount of money you would require to build our own asset, definitely the country would have benefited a lot if we consciously did our own. And Speaker, you would be surprised that our sanctuary in Rwanda, it is the Committee of Foreign Affairs that pushed for it, that pushed for that sanctuary to be built in Rwanda, and now it has helped us a lot. And I believe that, Speaker, we need to come in sometimes and guide. I'm really upset to hear from the Minister that the policy which is supposed to inform the president and the cabinet on how to conduct state affairs. Instead, the ministers have turned the president into the alpha and omega of the policy. This is unthinkable in the modern day politics and business. You don't do things like that. The president must be advised. The president cannot alter his own policy. It's not right. You are now branding our president as an absolute dictator. And I don't think that's what he wants. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the ministers must rise up, come up with a foreign policy, bring it to cabinet, and then the president can have his input. But to come here and say, we are waiting for the president, I would not want to be part of this country, definitely. And finally, Right Honorable Speaker.
The good thing here in your evening. Yes, Emad Cecilia, can you finish?
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm just finalizing. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to know, maybe I should spare them.
Honorable Minister, what members want to know, what guides your actions when it comes to foreign issues?
Madam Speaker, with due respect, I did not say on this floor of the House that His Excellency the President is the alpha and the omega of foreign policy. I didn't even raise the word dictator, and I'm surprised that my mama here has used such a strong word in what is such a simple issue which could be resolved, and she used such a strong word, dictatorial, creating a dictator. What I said that having composed and discussed and finalized what is supposed to be foreign policy, we brought it to the President for his evaluation, assessment, and that's what I brought here. I didn't say that it will be the final person in deciding on that foreign policy. We created it, we developed it, we discussed it, we brought consultants on it, and now presented it to him to have a look at it.
So
and then we had made his contribution to it. So I am surprised.
Honorable Minister, how long will it take for us to have the policy in place?
Can I, Madam Speaker, with due respect, can I say that I will ensure that I'm going to talk to the President, get a time from him, and be able to tell you. But in my view, I should have it here within 3 months. Yes, why can't it be done within 3 months? I'm telling you that it will be here within 3 months, and you're doubting. So, Madam Speaker, this document will be here within 3 months in this House. I can tell you confidently. I'm not shaking about that matter. I am very confident on this matter that it can be handled within 3 months. On the issue of commercial diplomacy, those who are appointed by the President to be ambassadors and high commissioners are approved by this House. It's Parliament that approves them, and Parliament rejects them. So the ability and quality of being able to do this job as ambassadors and high commissioners finally is in the hands of this House. And if this House chooses to approve, is then and when they become ambassadors and high commissioners. Now, the ratio of I think that question that question should be asked. It should be part of your determination when you are approving or disapproving people to be high commissioners. If you're not satisfied with the ratio, it's up to you to decide that the ratio is not appropriate and reject it. The appointed committee should do that. It's not for me, it's for you. It's in your hands. So if you approve all of them as they are, it means you're satisfied with the ratio as so questioned by you. The issue of land. It is true that we have land in Tanga, which was sought by our mission, And this land was strategically procured to be used as part of and parcel of the pipeline that is going to go to Tanga. The offer has been made to us by the Tanzanian government. We are going to look for money from the Ministry of Finance, and we hope that this House can support us to get the money from Ministry of Finance so that we acquire this prime land that our ambassador in Tanzania did manage to get to us. It is true that the government of China gave us land in Guangzhou. It is important that we don't lose this prime land, and we are scheduled to raise we've asked Minister of Finance to give us money to build a consulate there over 3 years. And if they do budget for that money in the next budget, we'll be able to start construction on that property in Guangzhou.
Clarification. Madam Speaker, we are at the very right moment of appropriation, and this House holds the power when it comes to appropriation. And I thought it is the right time for us to act and want to see figures shifting towards that area. Guangzhou, for your information, is the main territory for Ugandans who are doing business with China. I want to invite this House to take this matter very seriously, and we make a recommendation to pull money from wherever and fix it to this particular item. I beg to really submit.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you for that information.
Honorable
On
Minister.
the issue of...
Honorable Minister, what the member is raising is helping your ministry. There is land that has been given to you, you're renting. Why don't you include in your budget? Why don't you employ your committee to include in the budget to make a provision for that place to be constructed?
Madam, I will
Madam
do the
Speaker.
needful.
Right, Honourable
Madam,
Speaker.
every year.
Information, Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker,
Information.
every year.
Honorable Minister, there is information from budget.
Right, Honourable Speaker and members, the information I want to give the House. Some time back, there was a developer from Guangzhou who wanted to put up the structure for him to utilize part of it and a part of it to be used by government. For him to recover his money. Once the money is recovered, he vacates the premises. But he was just waiting for government commitment to do that.
There was more information from Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Alfred Dakasi is my name, Kabremaido County. Madam Speaker, like all the others have reiterated, this embassy or consulate in Guangzhou is a very active space for business as we speak. In fact, we spend a lot on US, we spend a lot on all these other European embassies. But if you consider where Ugandans are trading, these are the places. There are people now in Guangzhou who are acting as private sector to make business happen for our people here. I think it makes credible effort for us to actually allocate money to Guangzhou to have a home there. Likewise to the others, UAE. If you look at the list on this report, you find that UAE, for instance, does not have we don't have a home there, and we are not spending on it, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So I just wanted to give that information that we actually this is a place where most Ugandans are doing business, and
Honorable
it makes
Minister,
sense
can you conclude?
for us to invest in it.
Madam Speaker, we should, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, first of all, we should be congratulated for making the effort to get that land in Guangzhou, because it was our effort to request the government of China to give us this land. That's why we got in the first place. What is now important is the money for the construction of the consulate. And the same for Mombasa. We also deliberately went and created a consulate in Mombasa because of the business channels that go through Mombasa. Madam Speaker, at the end of all this, if we had sufficient money and be given sufficient money, enough money, I could ask my permanent secretary to give you a full budget of what we need to renovate Nairobi, what we need the house in Nairobi, what we need for Tanga, what we need for Dar es Salaam, what we need for Guangzhou, what we need for Dubai. And once we get that money, Madam Speaker, we'll be able to build all these properties, and Uganda will have as many properties as it should have, which will be homes called Uganda House in these avenues. So we need to, as a country, to decide that foreign affairs is important, the face of Uganda is a reflection of what we have, and get that money, and we can be able to construct first-class properties. We have nice properties in London, nice properties in New York, nice properties in Kenya. I'm sure we can have very good properties abroad if we put the same determination and the will, like the government of the day that did it at the time of putting properties in New York, London, and other places. We hope we should not be worried about the property in Nairobi. The lease will be renewed. We are talking at a very high level on the issue of the property in Nairobi. No property will be lost in Kenya. I can tell you that confidently. No property will be lost in Kenya. We're talking with the authorities at the highest level possible. On the issue of labor abroad, Madam Speaker, this is something that I want to thank you very much. That sincerely there need to be an amendment in the labor law, because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was not kitted out or designed to deal with the number of external workers that we have now. We have close to 150,000 Ugandans in Saudi, 150, spread all over the Saudi. But the mission does not have the kind of funding needed to visit the various parts of Saudi Arabia, even when any particular officer gets in charge. In fact, what is required is we need a labor officer or 2 or 3 labor officers to be based in Saudi and fully funded to be able to travel and transverse Saudi and deal with the girls even when they need requirement. These are labor officers who are trained and adequate for that job, not foreign service officers who adapt to a situation which they're not trained for. I think there is a need for us to debate this issue of external labor more in depth and see how others do theirs and become successful, and how we can do ours and be successful in Uganda. It's a very good thing. It's being done by other countries, but as a country, we need to be able to handle this matter properly. One of the institutions that get away with this issue of external legislations are those agencies that take our children abroad. They are not held enough to account for our girls. They're not held enough to take responsibility for these girls. They're not held enough to be able to be responsible for these girls and boys if they need to become back. Where else you look at Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where else you look at the Ministry of Labor, why don't we look at those who take millions and millions of shillings from our young people to go abroad and make themselves extremely rich from this job, yet when it comes to the pain and the grain that our children suffer, they don't want to spend their money. So we need to look at these agents as well, those who take our children abroad and make lots of money, and question them very seriously and put them to task. There seems to be amnesia when it comes to issue of challenging these agents who take our children abroad. They need to be brought to book, and not on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I put a question that a report of foreign affairs be adopted by this House. Those in favor, stand to the control and nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the following committees have not presented their reports: fiscal infrastructure, public service and local government, defense and internal affairs, gender, labor and social development, environment and natural resources, health, education, agriculture, animal industry and fisheries, legal and parliamentary affairs, finance, planning, and economic development. Also, I want to implore you to look at Rule 149, Sub-Rule 1, consideration of the reports on policy statements and proposed annual budgets. A sectoral committee shall consider and review policy statements. And the word here, shall. A sectoral committee.
Up next on UBC, brought to you by
Keep the lights on. Use Airtel Money to pay for all your Yaka bills conveniently. Open the My Airtel app to buy Yaka units. Airtel Money, simple, secure, borderless.